All right.
Not alright. Sorry. Oi. I don't know how to do this.
I'm trying to get the music playing. Nothing wants to work right.
You may just have to listen to it from the phone. I am going to try one more time here, though. Would be nice if we could hear the music on the speaker.
Power on. The Bluetooth device is connected successfully.
And I'm still hearing it from the phone. Okay, it's not an option apparently. And it's just going to keep playing me instead. Check, check. Nope, it hears me instead. It's not letting me do multiple on this. Now I can't even hear the music at all. Don't know. I don't know what to say or do here. Does not want. Oh, maybe settings? I don't know what that means. Oh, this is hurting my neck. Oh, connect to a device. It says it's connected to that, but nope, it wants to play me talking on here, and I can't do that. It's showing connected. Oh, my neck is starting to hurt. Okay, here. I can turn that down 100%. It's not letting me. Nope, it's not going to let me turn that down. There we go. Yay! Now, yeah, I'm not going to get it through the speaker. And now it's making really weird noises. I don't want call volume. Really? That's as loud as I'm getting it? Morning, Mona. Hi, Tara. I have permission to play music, but it doesn't want to work right. Can you hear me? Yeah. It's not gonna let me play it through Bluetooth, is it? Let me know if you can. Yep, okay. I'm gonna try the dang speaker one more time.
The Bluetooth device is connected successfully.
No, what happened is I started the music on my laptop and then I told it to play on the phone and then it doesn't want to go to Bluetooth, so it's all kind of choppy, so I don't know. But I have permission from the band to play music. At least I don't know if you can hear the music at all or not. But I almost titled the stream Adventures in Black because I'm going to do the black outline on this picture, which you can't see until I put that on the screen. There we go. 1 second. I'm going to do the black outline on this picture. Then I'm going to do the black lines on this one. And I got the camera overhead. It's a little bouncy. It's on one of those things one of those cheap things you put on your neck and have the camera hold it over your head. It's not going to let me play music, and let's go back to putting it on the laptop, I guess. Or wait, I have another gadget I could play the music off of. Then I don't need to mess with that. Hold on. I just need to turn Bluetooth on. Sadly, the one that's upside down is the one that has all my internet coming off of. I figured if the tether came undone, I'd still have the internet. Here, go the phone. Let me turn the Bluetooth on. Or hotspot, I mean. There we go. And you're bouncing around a little bit. We'll make the music work. I have permission to play it. No more copyright strikes or claims. I didn't get a strike, but I went through my videos and noticed quite a few of
The Bluetooth device is connected successfully.
There we go. Quite a few of claims. The one it was my brother's band, but then when I was playing Floyd, I had some claims, so I figured I'd not mess around. Oh, yeah. Oh, you might have to text me before that, Mona, so I can remember. There we go. There's music, cameras, action. No, that's going to be fun. I'm not much of a Halloween person, but making art out of food is cool to me. All right. I don't know if you can see. Let me pull it up here. This actually has spots where the paint came off and the white peeked through. But I've decided I need to leave it like that for the time being, unless I do something else to this picture, because it will destroy the entire effect I already have over it. So I'm just going to tape off and do a black frame around this like I intended, and then I shall go back to the lines in that other painting. And I'm not about exactness, although it's kind of nice to have when I'm trying to do straight lines. This is why I try not to do straight lines, because perfection in this stuff drives me a little crazy. Did you use acrylic paints on this one? Yes. And, the one that I used the gouache on, I finally got some sealant, and I sprayed, and some of it, I don't know if you'll be able to see, like in that yellow, kind of didn't make it through so pretty in the white. So I'm making decisions about that one. I'm just going to leave it to where I can look at it and make my decisions. I stare at them till my mind tells me what it wants. But the gouache ended up being watercolor, and I love acrylic paints. I don't like oils. They take too long to dry, and I don't have that kind of patience. Oils are good if you're doing realistic stuff because you have all that extra time to blend. You can get the same extra time to blend with acrylics. There's a product you can add that'll slow the drying time. But again, that's more money. And I don't do a lot of realistic blendings. I don't like doing that. Same. Oh, yeah. I grew up with the paint by number kits. And I never waited. I hated waiting for those things to dry. I would just paint until I couldn't, which gave you some blends because, you know, when you're doing paint by numbers, oh, I'm going to need a tablecloth here. When you're doing some of the paint by numbers, I forgot what I was saying now because I just realized I had to cover this because I'm going to be doing the edges. Yeah, I'm going to work at the edges at the same time. There we go. Luckily, I don't need my readers to do a paint along the tape line. I don't know if I mentioned this trick before, but when you're doing solid surfaces, like across the top, you actually don't want to stop, and you want to go from one end to the other so you don't get stop marks like this. I don't know if you could see the stop marks, but if you go from one end to the other, you get a nice smooth look. I don't know why I'm bothering to do the edges on this. I just realized they're staples. I got these canvases from, I can't remember the artist's name in Mesa, but she had seen me somewhere and decided that I was worthy of having all her old paint supplies and canvases. She even gave me a couple of her paintings. I don't like to wait till it dries because sometimes you'll get paint wanting to peel when you take your tape off. Okay, there we go. Got the one. That might be too thin. I might have to go back in and make it thicker. So I can't figure out if Brett got my email or not. Had an issue there and they assumed I was trying to say one thing when I wasn't, but that's okay. I deleted my friendship bracelet stream because I had an angry outburst at the guy who put his porn on my live stream, and I couldn't stop being upset about it. So I didn't like showing my anger like that, so I took it down. I mean, I turned on the one video that just starts out with me yelling, and I'm like, no one needs that stuff. So I took those ones down. Whatever was discussed on there is gone. Not like I need to hide my behavior, but it was pretty dang ugly. Oh, shoot. Something... It's showing my laptop is not getting power, but okay, I see why. There we go. That was weird. I thought for a second I had no power in here. Don't have to worry about doing the edges because it's got staples. Sadly, that means I have to frame the piece. Sometimes, though, I have done this before, you can use ribbon around the edging, which I have done before. I don't know if I have that piece here or not. Okay, I'm going to wait till I get all four sides done to see if I need to make that thicker or not. You can't take off black paint as easy. Well, not easy at all, actually. Take several coats. but you can make it wider if you need to. And there's also the option of putting some kind of design within the black lines. Could even do, oh, I don't know. There's lots of things I could do. I just want to get the frame around it, see how it goes. Okay, so there we go. This needs to go dry out of my way. Use the floor, use the floor. All right, so I had used my, I think it's called gunmetal black on there. Decided I wanted the bolder black. Let's see if I can remember what this is called. It's called brushed black. It's a brushed metal. But it was kind of a darker gray than the black up in this area. Didn't like it as much, so I'm going black in. Yeah, I'm going back in with my Mars Black, my Soho, doing all the lines. And that should finish off that piece. I need to order new brushes already. I'm not seeing chat move. I hope it didn't get stuck. Okay. Is it canvas or wood? This is a canvas. They're all the ones I'm working on today are canvas. I don't think I even have a wood one to paint unless I did a paint over on one. I could use, this one's fairly stiff except for the very tip, which would work nicely here. I'm gonna get it wet. Make sure it's what I want here. Yep, that'll work. Need another paper towel here. If I put it there, I have a chance of bumping my tether. So, I don't know, is the link pinned? Yep. If anybody wanted to come on. See, I had redone some of these with the gunmetal. Now we got to go back to the black. I should have, wait, before I get too far, let's just start in the center. Work my way out. So how's that camera work above there? It's a little wobbly, but it is right over the work. I don't have to worry about it falling down. The only thing I got to worry about is that stinking tether cords. They make these charger data cords so flimsy. I'm a little shaky even. I'm going to go with the thinner brush. I don't like how thick this is wanting to go. So I'll take a few more strokes, but that's okay. It's actually more comforting. The tinier brush I have, the more comfort I feel when I'm working on it. I guess because you got to focus a lot. It just makes everything else go away. And again, my lines aren't perfect because I hate perfect. Even nature ain't perfect. I wonder how Agnes's auction went. I was gonna tune in, and then I realized I would feel guilty because I don't have money to buy anything, so I didn't even tune in. I just don't want to deal with any more feelings of guilt. So I'm gonna avoid stuff that makes me feel guilty for a while anyway. It shouldn't make me feel guilty, but after some of the things that went on out here, my mind went a little berserky. And I gotta get it back to its confidence it used to have. So I'm just gonna avoid things until I start thinking about stuff better. Stay out of trouble. So a lot of paint on there just because I was expecting the other one to use more paint. Wood's a lot smoother, but it's heavier. It's harder to ship wood. I do like canvas boards, but they usually sell better when you have them framed. And then again, that'll makes it heavy to ship again. So I'm kind of at a loss how to handle that one. I know I can probably sell them unframed, but you can't show them unframed. I did think about maybe possibly showing them in frames that I would reuse and sell them as unframed. It's a lot of stuff to think out. But I'm getting ready to go out the quartzite. It won't be as much painting. I did think about doing streaming my one game I play that you build houses and design them in. That's an art form if people like architecture and decorating. Unless I were to find a place to paint out there, which is possible. Everything's possible. But planning on it, I'm not going to plan on it. I don't like to make plans that'll disappoint me later. Yeah, I don't frame canvases normally. The canvas boards, the flat ones that don't have they're not stretched. These are stretched canvas when they have a wood frame in them. But the canvas board is it's just a piece of heavy cardboard with canvas over it. That I like working on. And I do like selling them unframed because people like their own frames on a lot of stuff, actually, I'm finding out. But you can't display them that way. So it may come down to having frames that go around them for a show and selling it as unframed. I guess I would need to supply that because I am sure some people would just say, give me the frame too. I'd have to replace it. So I don't know if you can. Oh, yeah. You can see it from a distance how much bolder this black is. Oh no, that's not even the right section, Wendy. Jeez, how funny. Not sure if you could see. It's bolder up close anyway. That was funny. I'm watching this section and I'm painting in this one. I'm so backwards today. Drinking my coffee. It's enough of a difference that I can see which section I left off on. I'm just hoping I don't get any big twitches that cover the metal. If I have to go back into that metal again, it also means going back into the black again. Getting a little tired of repeating the lines. I just want to get them done now. I still haven't made a decision on this little part here. I'll bring it up. It has a spiral in it. I don't know if I want to leave it as hint of something, which actually would look like more like a mistake to some, or make it pop out. Just a little touch of interest in it. So if I sent paintings out to you, Tara, do you want the canvas ones without the frames? Or do you want me to send some kind of frames to display some of the canvas board? Or just send regular stretched canvas paintings? So I'm going to take the ones I have out of Pecos, since I never sent her the pricing or anything. But I'm not comfortable with it sitting in an empty shop in a town like that where you have to have bars on the windows. Her door is not barred. It's in regular stretch canvas. Yep. Okay. Oh, my tip just came off. So I'm not comfortable leaving my paintings there in Pecos while I'm not in Texas. I am so excited I could play music without worrying about a strike. I forget which songs my brother played in, but he's not in all the songs because he's like a guest member. He only likes to play certain genres. But he did give me a list of some of the ones he was in. I just don't remember which songs they were. And it wasn't complete. He played in more, but he couldn't remember which ones they all were. It's a long list of songs. You could listen for a day and a half before hitting the same song if you didn't do it in shuffle mode. That's how much music they have. You would need to have D-rings and wire. Oh, yeah, I do. Well, I don't do D-rings. I do eye hooks and wire. Yeah, like this. It's usually a quarter of the way down, too. Wait, here. There we go. That's what I do. The studio standards are a quarter of the way down. So that's what I do on them. If I had frame and paper the backs on these, like some people do, then I would use D-rings. But since it's not that way, it's just easier to do the eye hooks. They trained us well at the studio I used to work with. Actually, the studio I used to work with, I was a client at first, and then I was promoted to mentor staff. That was my years of coming out of, they had me on 150 micrograms of fentanyl every 48 hours. That was the max the government would allow. The doctor kept increasing it every time I came in there with a little bit of pain, telling me, well, if you don't take enough to get rid of your pain, you're going to become an addict. You know, you believe doctors, they have degrees. So they took 11 years of my life. I spent 3 of them. Well, they probably took more than that. But 3 of those years was I couldn't get out of the bed. A basic body functions, and TV is all I did then. And my precious Pekingese dog was all I had in my life at the time, besides running to the church to do some volunteer work, which was so difficult. You spend a whole week in bed and try to get up and do something one day a week. It's exhausting. But it took me, I was a client at that studio for, I'm trying to think how many years. About 3 years before 7 pieces. Okay. You know, I'm going to have to wait till I get to the court site. But I do have 7 pieces. One's a trip. Oh, I do have a wood one. That has 2 pieces to it. But yeah, that'll work. And then the thing is, if it does sell on Etsy or something, I would be able to just send cash to have it shipped out. Maybe cost about $50 a pop to ship them. So I could like PayPal or send the money out somehow whenever that goes through. Give you a little extra for having to send it. Oh, there's Mona. Sorry, Mona. You need to type in the regular chat so I know you're there. Hi.
Hello.
You're muted.
I'm muted. I ain't muted. Hand this in.
Mona, your microphone is muted and it's not on my end.
What about now?
I can't hear you.
I'm unmuted on this end.
You can hear Mona, but I can't. Oh, great. Hold on.
Oh, well. Hello, Tara. How are you doing today?
I have to go in and mess with the sound. I don't want to play on this other desktop, and I don't know why. Wait a minute. Wait, I think I know what it is.
Oh, figure it out. You get it.
Nope, it's not picking up any sound at all. That's weird.
Oh, well.
Hold on. I'll have to go back into StreamYard and fix this.
So she takes herself off. Yeah, I can hear the music a little.
Don't you think I can tell?
We don't hear anything now, do we?
I can hear you.
I don't know how to hear Mona, dang it. Something's really wrong with my sound. Okay,
know
I'll
how to.
just close this and come back in.
I don't know how to type in the regular chat for some reason. If you can hear me, Tara, I'm good. Can you hear me now? Boy, we can hear the music now.
I'm not hearing Mona anywhere. Just go ahead. I'll just keep working on it. I got to redo it here too.
We got your music.
I don't know why. Yeah, you can hear. I can't. It looks like she's having a party.
Yes. I'm thinking I need to get with her and do a painting show.
Oh, here we go.
Can you hear me now?
Yep. Now I got to get back on the overhead. Yeah, it all happened when I switched my music to play on something else. Hold on, we're gonna have a squeal for a second. Okay.
You want me to sing?
Sure, if you want.
La, 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 la.
I can hear
you. Aha, music to paint by. A little color here and a little
Mona
color
singing.
there. Oh, coffee.
Yes, coffee is a good thing. There. I can hear, we can see, it's all good now.
Whoa, the miracle of transmissional communication.
It only took 3 devices to set all this up.
3.
4. Bluetooth speaker, too.
I got to figure out how to do a StreamYard and get everybody to come on a panel with me.
Yeah, you need to just play around to do it. Have you figured out streaming, though?
Oh, yeah, I can stream.
Woohoo!
I just don't know how to get from YouTube to StreamYard.
Oh, just go into StreamYard. It'll ask you about your YouTube settings and play around.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna have to do that. I'm going on a StreamYard with Polish tomorrow.
Nice.
And she's got her cooking show. It starts at 5 her time and 4 my time.
Okay,
and
so it's 4 here on a Monday. All right.
Yeah, and I'm gonna Mario, it'd be 3 your time, aren't you? Are you in Central Time?
I'm in the same time zone as Eric. Aren't you in the same time zone as Eric?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
I don't know what time zone it is. I just call it Eric's time zone now because it's the same, even though it shouldn't be. This part.
The God of time.
Yeah.
Well, no, I got my handout flyers done.
Yay.
See? It's got the map on it for the route, for people to line up on the route and get out and fly their flags. I got people passing them out all over town now.
Yay.
So, I got to pick up some more. I got to pick up 200 more tomorrow. I've got some people coming, but I got some people coming. They went ahead and rented motel rooms. Jean Simpson, she says, I slept in my Jeep enough this year. I'm sleeping in a motel, but we're not coming down till the morning of the 8th after they go vote. She's coming out of Oklahoma. And I'm like, I'm going to be camping over at this big base camp by myself. They're worried about the weather in November.
Well, but I thought Eric was coming down for the whole week.
Eric's coming down for the whole week. Soup Mama Soup Mama will be here on the 3rd. Her
Well,
and
you're not by
Slim.
yourself then.
I will not be alone. I'm sure of that. It's just things like Mobo and Jen, and she's got 4 other people, I guess, went together with her, 3 other people on a motel. But they're not coming till the 8th. Several people are not pulling in till the 8th or even the morning of the 9th.
Right.
But yeah, there are several coming that's, and they're coming and they're going to come over to base camp, after the Hoot Nanny, and then, or Hoot Nanny's going to be late. We all going to go back to base camp and sleep because we got to get up and be ready to line up by 7 o'clock on the 9th
Yeah.
for the big stroll. But the evening of the 9th should be at base camp with a lot of fun. But it looks like the weather's going to hold out and be good for us. It looks like it's going to be like 75 degrees in the daytime
Nice.
and 44 at night. Well, 44 is good camping weather. That's good sleeping bag snuggling. I don't mind 44 if I'm in a below zero sleeping bag.
Yeah, I don't mind it if I got my little heater and my blankets.
Yeah,
Good.
I was making my grocery list for tomorrow. I said I was going to cook boo food.
Yeah.
I'm actually going to make a Halloween salad.
Oh.
Something healthy. Something that does, the kids get enough candy and sweets trick or treating. So I'm making something that'll be healthy and nutritious and look weird.
Look weird.
It's all about the food art, the art of creating food.
Okay.
So I got to go shopping first thing in the morning, pick up the rest of those handout flyers in the morning, and then the cooking show in the afternoon. And the 25th, I'm seeing my neurologist to see when I can get injections in my back again.
Those things never did me any good.
I'm hoping they give them to me on the 1st because I have to be down for a whole day after they give me those injections, 24 hours without driving.
Yep.
If she can't give them to me by the 1st or the 2nd, it's going to have to wait till the event's over, which is going to be miserable for me, but that's okay. I don't mind. It's all right. This is going to be fun. And now Steve Spurgeon, he's going to be at base camp. He's rented a trailer. They're
Mm-hmm.
delivering his travel trailer on the 4th. He rented one for the entire.
So was Gray Wolf going to make it or not? He was.
No, Gray Wolf's going to stay on the walk.
Oh, okay.
What he's doing, okay?
Yeah.
We are going to bring Gray Wolf on live at base camp on the 11th.
Okay.
I know I'm keeping this whole thing very non-political,
Right.
but on the 11th, we're going to be talking about how we go forward.
Oh, okay. So yeah, that works.
We clean up and pull out on the 12th. So I'm thinking the evening of the 11th, before we have the karaoke honk out, I'm going to give everybody a piece of my mind on live stream and at base camp as to how we move forward. The elections will be over. We'll know who we have to hold to the fire.
Yep.
And but until then, it's going to be all about just having fun. I've got to get those live streamers here early, though. I'm hoping Wizzy and I know Jesse's coming early because
Wendy?
huh?
You just said Wendy.
No, I said Wizzy.
Oh, okay. I'm like, no, Wendy can't make it.
No, Wizzy and Jesse are the 2 that's going up in the helicopter on the 9th. But the man that put up the $5,000 donation for the stage, the sound system, and the lighting system has asked one thing in return. He's bringing a busload of World War II vets to
Right.
Veterans Week from the Veterans Home.
Mm-hmm.
And he has asked that I get a live streamer to capture all of their stories.
Good.
And I mean, the live streamers that I know would just be thrilled to sit
Yeah.
down and visit with the World War II vet and see where they've been, what they've seen, what they've done. I mean, they are the
And what
great.
they think about now.
Yeah. You know, they are the greatest generation. I mean, I have had the pleasure of being the morale officer at the day room and meeting all of our World War II vets. And last year I was so disheartened because the COVID year we had none of them show up. And last year I think we only had 6. And it's really disheartening because we were used to having, like 20 World War II vets and about 30 or 40 Korean vets. And last year that was very wimpy. So I'm hoping this year is better. I'm so happy. I needed to find somebody to officiate the MASH games.
Yep.
What? Soup Mama's favorite show is MASH.
Okay. Well, that
And
works
so
out.
to officiate the MASH games as Klinger. He's going to dress up as Klinger to officiate the MASH games. That's going to be so much. That's going to be a hoot nanny in itself. Okay, it's going to be a hoot anyway. I don't know about the nanny.
Is that on the 8th or 9th, or was that on a different day?
That's on the 8th. We had this law.
I'm hoping U-Haul catches that one.
Yeah, the Veterans Village runs from 9 o'clock in the morning until 4 in the afternoon. Yep. Well, our hootenanny isn't scheduled to actually start the opening ceremonies till 5. Well, I wanted something between 4 and 5 as people are coming in and getting seated, leaving the day room and the vendors village and all and coming out. So we decided we was going to have the MASH Olympics. And pair we're going it's up to Soup Mama to find a couple with the Navy, a couple with the Army, a couple with the Air Force, a couple with the Marine Corps, and a couple with the Coast Guard, and hopefully she might even find a couple of Space Force people. Okay, at least to get in the games for Space Force, to represent them. And of course it's the old MASH Olympics with the sack race and the 3-legged race and the wheelbarrow race and the pony race. And it's going to be fun. I even got medals. I got gold, silver, and bronze medals for the 3 winners. And we couldn't find no gunny sacks. I went everywhere looking for, burlap sacks.
Yeah.
So we're going to be using heavy-duty construction trash bags for our sacks.
Oh, that'll be fun. Especially if they rip out during the race. That would be kind of funny, actually.
Yeah, AstroTurf, too. Okay? Plastic on AstroTurf might be a little slickety.
Yep.
So it should help with the fun. And Ted Martin is our emergency manager here. And I notified him because I needed some of them road cones. Set up for the event. And he texted me the other day and he says, Mona, I'm sure I can find 8 road cones for you. And yay, Ted, thank you very much. So it's going good. It really is.
Nice.
I got medals for. I gotta make my cuss cans. I can't really call them a can because they're a bottle. I'm using these Pure Leaf tea bottles.
Oh yeah.
Because I drink out of these a lot, and the hole in the top is nice and big.
Yeah, it is.
You can get quarters and bills down in there and get them out easy. So I'm going to be making some kind of label on them that says cuss jar, maybe. I bottle don't sound right. Can don't work.
I call it a cuss can. Who cares?
Right. It's our cuss can. Okay. Because they're cuss cops with cuss cans. And just because it ain't made out of metal, it's still a can. It still holds something. Okay. And I got to get them done this week sometime. I've got, I think, about 30 of them right now. And we're only looking to maybe have like 10 or 20 cuss cops. Red Squirrel, he sat there going, but Mona, I can't, you're going to have to give me an exemption because every other word out of my mouth is that bad word.
Yeah, well, he's just going to have to bring a bunch of cash.
That's what I told him. I said, you just need to get yourself a bunch of quarters. That's all I can tell you.
Yeah, make an exception or nobody will do it.
No, you're going to have to learn to use effing or fudge. I said, what if you was to replace that word with the word love?
Because it doesn't rhyme. It makes it harder to remember it.
Well, I told him, I said, well, then be more articulate, like a copulate.
Well, some people do ever loving as a curse.
Yeah. I said to use the word, sorry about that word, but the word masturbate instead.
Oh.
Go F yourself, go use real words. But a person that just uses that F word as a byword ain't smart enough.
You know what I think would be really fun is if they all practice some kind of crazy substitute word for it. And we heard all these brand new sayings. You know how some people did shut the front door?
Yeah.
Just start making up some really crazy ones that people start and have them practice like all day saying that.
Right. Yeah.
That
go
would be
hoot.
So fun.
Go hoot. Yeah. Go bug tussle. They can come up with something else or they can pay. It is for good fun.
Right.
Like my MC is going to remind folks that this money goes to the DVA gas fund, which helps transport our disabled vets to and from the doctor.
Okay.
And our vets that live here in Branson have to travel all the way to either Kansas City or St. Louis or Fayetteville. And all of those are 4 hours away.
My dad had an hour drive to Kansas City. So when he had his heart thing, it was an hour drive.
Yeah. And that's just, at these gas prices, they're hurting. So we was trying to come up with a cute way to keep the kids busy and collect money for the DVA gas fund. And everybody so far, except for Red Squirrel, doesn't mind it. GWT says, well, Tom goes, well, I guess I'm going to have to stop at the bank and pick up at least $25 worth of quarters. Okay.
GWT? Maybe GWT isn't who I thought he was.
Tom.
I thought he was a preacher of some kind.
He's a truck driver.
Well, I know, but there's a truck driver who was a Christian. He did like.
That's Tom.
Okay, then it is the person I thought it is.
GWT 333.
Okay.
Of course, I don't have any idea what this food for tomorrow's going to cost me.
Yeah.
I couldn't believe $4 for a dozen eggs.
You're only paying $4. We're paying $5 out here.
Oh my God!
Organic eggs are $7. Yeah, I know. What cost me $40 last year is costing me $75 this year, and they think an 8% raise is going to take care of it. They're insane. Tara says use the name of the presidents when you want to curse.
Hey, that might work. Okay. Go Biden.
Yeah. You mean go Brandon?
Go Brandon, yeah.
Go Brandon yourself. No.
I'll bet you after people start having to pay, they're going to change just a little bit,
Yeah. I would have little card. Oh, well, that cost extra money. I was gonna say little cards of things they can do for fun to use instead to help some out.
Yeah, well, I think it was who was it? Oh,
I do like the
Eric.
president idea.
Eric says, "Well, I'm gonna have to learn to say fudge it, fudge it,
Ugh,
fudge it."
that might be hard to tell the difference, though.
Yeah, but at least it ain't that
I hope
word.
the kids have really good hearing. I
Honey,
get.
I got a feeling people are gonna put money in their cans just because it is what it is.
Yeah.
It's to help the DBA gas fund, and I think that people are going to understand that we need to make sure that our veterans are able to get transportation to and from doctor appointments and surgery appointments.
Yep.
That's necessary. And,
Very.
you
At
know,
3 hours,
huh?
I said a 3 hour to drive is crazy. What if they really needed to get there on a timely basis? It wouldn't work.
Well, the nice thing about it is Trump signed the Veterans Choice Bill.
The what?
And Biden hasn't got rid of it yet. Thank God. And it does allow a vet to go to any hospital for acute treatment. Okay? Under the Veterans Choice. So
Well, that's good.
yeah, my brother needed to have a 5-pound cancerous kidney removed, and they were wanting him to wait 9 weeks to get an appointment in Fayetteville, and there was no way he could ride in a vehicle all the way to Fayetteville in the condition he was in.
Yeah.
Now, it didn't work. We got to keep him for an extra year, but that was it. It had gone too far. He was one of those hillbilly, stubborn, idiots that never goes to see a doctor until it's too late.
Most of medical care is only prolonging your life. The doctors don't teach you what to change. They just do a surgery, send you home. Most people don't bother changing a thing.
Well, they just didn't get all of it. It had gone up the renal canal, and they thought they got it all, but they didn't. All they had to do was leave one cell.
Yep, exactly.
But they tried, okay? They tried.
Yep.
And he tried everything. He tried all the natural healing treatments out there.
Yeah.
Afterwards, it just didn't work. And everything happens for a reason.
That's true. They're out of here before things got worse.
My brother was a wonderful songwriter, and a lot of his music was patriotic. And Steve Spurgeon picks the guitar like my brother did.
Wow.
And so I've talked with my sister, and she's going to meet with Steve while he's here and go over some of my brother's songs.
Nice.
I would love for him to do Sweet Freedom Land or When the Eagle Flies or some of his other great A Song for All Mankind, things like that. He wrote some wonderful music, and I've never found anybody except Steve. Steve's the first person I've found that picks a flat top the way my brother did. So, and he's got a wonderful voice. And he's so tickled because I'm having him do the opening ceremony show music with our fight song, which is Let's Save America.
Yep.
He's going to open and he's going to close. He gets the last 15 minutes of the evening. So he's the first one they see and the last one they see.
Cool.
So he's he's just all excited. He's like a kid in a candy store,
Yeah.
To be on a stage in Branson.
Yeah.
The city just don't know what to do with me. Except, well, you're going to do it anyway, so we're going to just let you do it and keep our mouths shut, when they didn't want no food, I had to have a nurse, health nurse, if I had a tent for our food. But because we're doing it as a potluck picnic, everybody just bring a dish. Stop at Kentucky Fried, pick up a bucket of chicken. Go by the store and grab some potato salad. Whatever. Bring a dish. And I told Soup Mama there had to be a sign on the tailgate that says, eat at your own risk. This food was prepared by human hands.
That's funny, but that's good.
Hey, it says it like it is,
Yeah.
You're responsible for your own allergies. It's a potluck picnic. Okay?
Your allergies or whatever.
Right.
You might even get exposed to a few germs. Oh my goodness.
Oh my God, germs. Oh!
I know people who don't go to potlucks unless everybody agrees to wear gloves at home when they make it. I'm like, really?
Are you kidding me? Honey,
Yeah.
I believe like George Carlin did. My immune system needs practice.
Yep, there you go. Well, that's the only way to build an immune system is exposure to germs. It doesn't build by eating right. That makes it stronger.
Yeah.
But that doesn't build it.
Yeah. My immune system needs practice. If I drop it on the floor, I use the 5-second rule. Yeah. I've been doing.
I don't know. If it's my floor and I've cleaned it, sometimes it'll be a 30-minute rule.
Yeah. I don't,
if I haven't walked on it.
I'm still one of those people that goes to the garden, grabs a mater, rushes it off on my shirt and eats it.
Yeah. Well, I wouldn't do that serving other people's food, but my own food, heck, if it's my floor and I washed it and no one's walked on it.
Yeah. It's like you don't go blackberry picking and not eat any of the blackberries you pick.
That's true. And you
pick 5 and eat one. You pick 6 and you eat one,
Really? It was pick one, eat one, pick one, eat one, pick one, eat one.
Well, yeah, but I would never get enough to make a pie that way, and I wouldn't want that pie by the time I got through because I'd be full of blackberries.
We went out for blackberries and raspberries every morning for our Cheerios, and it was like by the time you get in, you've already eaten a whole ton of berries, and then you have just enough to put on the cereal.
Yeah, I mean, and then we have mulberry trees. They make your car purple. They make your poop purple too. You can't help but eat them. We used to climb up in the mulberry trees and sit all afternoon eating mulberries.
We had abundance of apples on the farm. Apples everywhere. Well, and the raspberries. Oh my gosh. There were so many apples that they would fall and the ground would be full of rotted apples every fall because you just could not keep up. We had a pear tree too.
That's what I forgot to put on my list for my bull food. I need green apples.
We also had grapes, rhubarb. Oh my gosh, I loved making rhubarb pie. We had so much rhubarb. And no, I don't mean the sweet strawberry / rhubarb. That's more strawberry with a hint of rhubarb. I like straight rhubarb pie.
I like rhubarb pie. But I was the only one that liked mincemeat. I like mincemeat pie or raisin pie. I like mincemeat pie.
I did at one time. I'm not a fan of raisins all that much more anymore.
Well, I was one of those lucky people because my grandmother would make a mincemeat pie for Thanksgiving, knowing good and well I was the only one that was going to eat it.
Wow.
And so I ended up with a whole pie every Thanksgiving because nobody else wanted any.
We did grape jam. We weren't allowed to use it for anything except for the grape jam because my mom sent us to school with peanut butter and jelly, so it was cheap to just make the jam and bottle that and use that.
Yeah.
And it's funny because the first time I ever got the can was my aunt. My mom never did canning until the grapes started coming in.
Oh, we canned everything. One year we got up one morning and the whole back field over my pond was just totally covered with puffball mushrooms. They had
Ooh.
popped overnight, and there must have been 300 or 400 nice puffballs.
Uh-huh.
And Mom spent the next 2 days canning puffball mushrooms.
Oh. Yeah, my mom didn't do very much housework. She was sick a lot. So a lot of that stuff, I ended up starting cooking at 9. One, because I hated how she burned the food all the time. And two, I loved food. So my mom just got to where she did less and less and less and less because I was already in charge of all the housework. Her idea of cleaning was take everything, stuff it in a closet before they came over. Whoever came over, and then it was my job to go in and reorganize everything.
My kids dreaded Easter week and Thanksgiving break because I took everything, furniture out of the house,
Oh, wow.
and they had to help take everything out of the house because we had to scrub the floors, scrub the walls,
Oh, good
shampoo
God.
the carpets, shampoo the furniture in the spring. We'd even get one of them furniture shampooer things.
Yeah.
We'd shampoo all the upholstered furniture and wax everything down and bring it back in. That's
Did
what
you
I
have a
call
wood?
spring cleaning.
Did you have wood panel walls too?
Yeah.
I had to wash and oil wood panel walls every weekend and polish the silver every weekend. We only used the silver once a year, but it had to stay polished. It was crazy. I think she just liked seeing me work to death because not only I had to do laundry for a family of 8, all the cooking, vacuuming, dusting.
No,
Yeah.
I had enough kids that we split it up.
Well, she
Everybody had a
attempted to
chore.
split it, but they would go outside and play, and she couldn't force anybody but me to do anything, so I ended up having to do it.
Oh no, we had a system at my house. Everybody, even my 2-year-old, when David was just 2 years old, because me and my husband both smoked, regretfully, but we both smoked, and it was his job at 2 to empty the ashtrays,
Ah, there you go.
put them in the dishwasher, and dust off the coffee table. He was only 2 years old when he started doing his chore.
You know what I
Uh,
just realized? I was the same age when I started smoking as when I started doing a lot of the cooking. That's funny.
I made the kids. I mean, by the time you was 7 at my house, by the time you was 7, you was old enough to wash dishes. At 6, you could dry dishes. At 5, you could help clean off the kitchen table. We all had a chore after meals.
Yeah.
Everybody had something that they were supposed to do.
Oh, well, we had turns with washing and drying dishes. That part we did have.
That's a problem with kids today.
Oh my gosh, I had a counselor. I was trying to do that with my kids. I had a counselor who told me I was abusing my kids by making them do chores.
Oh heck no!
And
That's how
I'm
you.
like, that's ridiculous.
That's how you teach them responsibility.
Exactly.
You teach them work. They aren't work brickle. I
You
mean,
get a
as a
good work
result,
ethic. You earn your allowance.
my kids all went across the stage and got a diploma. Okay, and they all none of them have jobs. They have careers.
Nice.
They went into things that they worked at. Like my son Robert, he was. I kicked him out of the house. He had 7 days after he graduated to be uh, to either have be enrolled in college, okay, or enlisted in the service, or he was on his own. Well, he decided he wasn't going to do any of those things. So 7 days, I waited for him to have a payday. And 7 days later, he came home and everything he owned was sitting outside. He said, well, but what? I said, my job's done, honey. What am I supposed to do? I said, you got a car. I said, you got paid today. I recommend you go get you a storage unit and you put your stuff in it, climb in your car and go get a job. Live in your car until you make enough money to get yourself a place. He did. He went over to General Motors, and it's 3 weeks from the time you get hired on till you get your first paycheck. And he slept in the General Motors parking lot for 3 weeks and then went and got him an apartment. He retired from General Motors.
Well, my son got a job since he was 16 and always helped out. When my daughter ran away and he turned 18, I feel bad, but I told him he needed to get his own place. I was going through realizing what kind of codependency I had, and I didn't want him to be like that, so I told him to get his own place. He was devastated, and he was helping chip in and everything.
Yeah, well, my kids went to work at the age of 14, all of them, because the family owned a restaurant. And at 14 on Friday and Saturday night, when most kids are getting in trouble, my kids were washing dishes at the restaurant. I knew where they were. And they liked that money. You know, they liked earning that money.
Yeah, I only had one job before I was 18. It was a babysitting job, and they never called me back. I was socially backward, so me trying to watch kids was craziness. Plus, the way I grew up, it was fear-based parenting, so I spanked their kids. Oh my gosh. I didn't know. I really didn't know it wasn't normal. I had no idea. No one told me. They just never called me back and didn't tell me why until I grew up and realized, wow, didn't know.
Yeah, J. Paul, my kids didn't get allowance. They had, if I have to pay the rent and the utilities and those sort of things, you had a job to be a member of the family.
Yeah, my kids didn't get allowance either. Okay, wow, J-Pole popped in and left real fast, huh?
Well, he said he had chores to do today, too.
Yeah.
But
Is
I'm
J-Pole a he? I can't tell who's a he and who's a she without seeing their faces.
Yeah. It don't matter these days. They might be a furry.
Oh, my gosh. I don't know.
Or he, she.
I'm not even going to comment anymore. It's like,
Well, I'm going to have to, after this is all over, I get all this out of the way.
Yep.
I'll set up at the clubhouse one day with my paints, and you and I'll have a painting party.
There we go.
Okay, you'll paint your style, and I'll paint my style, and we start out from
People
scratch.
ask for a paint along, but I don't really know what to do. I can do my basic. Okay, she said hey to J-Pool. I can do my basic thing I do when I'm out camping with people when I teach them. We just do play backgrounds and designs on it. Could do something like that. But unless they were going to get into, all right, I've got all my black lines done. Now it's the decision about the spiral. Do I accentuate the fact it's there or leave it there?
That sounds like a decision you have to make.
Okay, I thought J was an initial. Okay, it is a he, J, and he's furry too.
And I'm furry too. I seen a story on online here just last week. A kid, goes to school and comes back and says, "I'm no longer a he or a she. I'm a cat." And his dad said, "Okay." He said, "Well, where's my supper?" He says, "It's on the floor over there in the dish." He says, "Oh, by the way, I don't want a house cat, so you're living in the barn."
There you go.
You know what? The little boy decided he wanted to be a boy.
I bet I would too.
Well, if you're a cat, you have to eat on the floor out of the cat dish. Oh, by the way, we're not putting in a litter box. So you'll have to go outside to the barn.
Have you seen that thing on Facebook? I thought it was hilarious. The guy, the kid was a poop scooper. He got really irate one day because he found out the person didn't have a pet. Oh my goodness.
Oh, it's crazy. It's a crazy, crazy, crazy world we're living in.
I got to
I
do
like
something.
the way you did the edge of that. Let me turn that again.
Well, it's not done. I need to finish it up. That's the background pattern. So what I'm gonna do is, after this has got to dry for 24 hours before I tape it, but I'm gonna put a thin black line to separate the top and the bottom and just leave it, the rest of it exposed. But I need a defining line because you go from that to this. I just need a little black line around the edge.
Okay.
And I don't want to get it up on my picture.
Right.
So I've got to wait like 24 hours before I tape it down really good.
Yeah.
But
I
it is
pull the paint off.
all set to go. I can't.
I like that. I really like that.
I'm still I'm going to have to keep staring at that little swirly. I don't want it to look like a mistake because it's not meant to be.
No.
It's meant to be something that catches your eye and makes you wonder.
Yeah. Were you looking at putting 3 of them in, or?
No, I was thinking of just taking a paint and defining it so you could tell it's intentional. But
it's an intentional focal point. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, baby. Damn it. Dog wants out.
So I'm going to do the other 2 parts of this frame.
We're all here watching for copperheads. I killed a baby copperhead in my yard yesterday.
Ooh.
Which means that if there's one baby.
Yep, there's more. There's a mama. There's a mama around somewhere.
Yeah.
I see.
Yeah, it was only about 6 inches long, but it was definitely a copperhead. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful coloring, but yeah, it had to go bye-bye.
Yep. They don't know how to pay rent, they gotta go.
Well, we was having a chili cook-off. Everybody was still up at the clubhouse, and I'd come home, and it was right there on the sidewalk. So I killed it, and then I took my scooter up to the clubhouse and told everybody, beware. I just killed a baby copperhead. Keep your eyes open, because where there's one, there's more.
Well, for sure, especially if it's a baby. Where's their nearest water source by you?
Honey, I'm only a little way. Well, there's a big creek right just 50 yards.
Okay. Oh, yep, that's where they are.
You know, you remember Table Rock Lake. There's lots of water.
I remember it. No.
With Eric?
I don't. Oh, is that where we were at?
Yeah, I was at Table Rock Lake. I was just across. I lived just across the lake from where we had Tracy's memorial.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just across the. Yeah, I literally, as a crow flies from where we had that, I was just across the lake.
Wow.
So.
Yeah, my orientation gets way off, so I didn't know. I don't even remember the name of the lake.
Table Rock.
I was going to go back out there and camp. There was so much I was going to do before the gas limited my life. Well, you know, there might have been a better chance I'd been able to do things had they not cut 10% of my income down, so that changed my whole world, I guess.
Well, it's like they're going to give us this 8.7% rate.
I know. That's not even going to take me back to where I got cut down from.
Honey, they'll cut my food stamp 16%.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, it's like I don't make no money. I go in the hole.
Yeah, it does every time. Every time. If people think, oh, they're just living on comfort, enjoying where they're at, I'm like, no, thank you.
You know what? I'd like to see Nancy Pelosi live on my $750
You
a
know
month.
what? I think all government employees should live off of that income. I think that's what it should be taken down to. They do not deserve extra money for running for office. They're supposed to be there caring about our interests. They should be living on the same money.
Yeah.
You know what? If they have a job, they can work their job. Go ahead. But your pay for being a civil servant should be public income, or
back when we started this government, okay, elected officials had jobs too.
Yeah, they did.
Okay.
Well, you saw Gray Wolf's thing yesterday. He was talking about how Lincoln had a 3-hour ride by horse to get there to session, and he was only there for how long? Couple of days.
Then he had to go back home, go to work.
And then he was there he only attended once every 2 years, I think, he said. And I'm like, well, we got people living down there. That's craziness.
Yeah, it is. And they just don't,
well, they
like he said.
Like all the other people, it should be down to the same amount they give people on disability, Social Security disability.
Yes.
Public income.
They should live on minimum wage.
Well, even
and only get paid.
Minimum wage is more than what we get.
Yeah, but if they lived on minimum wage and only got paid for the hours that they were actually at the Capitol,
right?
You know, a time clock. You time in and you do your work at the Capitol. When you leave, you time out.
Yeah, they'd find reasons to justify being there just to get a check, though.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Well, here in Missouri, I guess I've heard that our governor's a bit of a rhino, so we're going to be working to primary him come 2024, and we have a few representatives that are not really doing their job. So I've been talking to Carrie, and she's organizing a group to go up every, believe it or not, Tuesday and Wednesday.
Oh. Interesting.
To the Capitol here in Jeff City, and we're going to go in and hold their feet to the fire. And I guess I'm going to go with them a couple of times so I can show you how they actually need to talk to elected employees.
Okay.
You know, we don't. You forgot to put your tablecloth down.
Oh, I'm not doing the edges. I'm just doing this edge. I'm not doing like before. When I started doing it, I realized there were staples there and it wasn't doing any good. So, I'm not going all the way down. So, nope. And plus, the paint will scrub off the table even if I forgot.
Yeah.
I just like conserving energy when I can.
That black's going to set that off.
It is, I know.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that just sets it off. It really does.
I don't like leaving the tape sit on. It wants to, when it heats it, like bakes it on there a little bit, and it just wants to rip off some of the stuff you already have done.
Yeah.
And there we go. The only thing that bothers me is those white spots. I don't know why they poked through like that, but I can't redo it or I lose my whole image I did. Now you'll see that tape peeled off down there.
Yeah.
It did, but you can hang it and make it look intentional.
Yeah. You don't use any gesso, do you?
The canvas is already gessoed when you buy stretch canvas. Or do you mean sealant?
Yeah, well, I always gesso my canvases so that the paint sticks better.
Oh, no, the paint normally sticks. I think it had some of that gouache in it, which was a watercolor.
Yeah.
But, I kind of like that look, actually. Now it kind of looks uniform, as you can see. So it fits. So because the tape did that, it actually made it fit a lot more.
Bob Ross used to say there's no mistakes in painting.
No, it's not a mistake. It's just the way it turned out. But now I have to decide, do I want to do any detailing in my frame or something alongside of the frame? But I am going to spray it with sealant because it does appear it might have had a touch of the gouache in it, the green.
Yeah.
And I don't want to lose all the green, so I am liking it. I may or may not do more to it. We don't know.
Well, I'm worried about Gray Wolf's shoulder
Yeah.
because
Oh.
I've tore both rotor cuffs. Okay, I've tore them, and I know what it's like. Of course, I don't feel pain, so I didn't know that a bone spur was chewing my rotor cuff into.
Ooh.
And one day I'm out collecting acorns because I had a friend that was going to make us some acorn muffins and pancakes.
Uh-huh.
So I was out picking up acorns, and suddenly my arm wouldn't pick up an acorn. I couldn't lift nothing. It was gone. And they couldn't actually put it back together because it had torn completely. And they ended up having to pin it with plastic pins in my shoulder here. Okay, in order to put the rotor cuff back on. And I'm worried about him because he doesn't realize it, but that constant walking, his shoulder's constantly bouncing.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just doing more damage, but he's having trouble getting an MRI.
He didn't get it yet? I thought they were going that day.
They did.
Oh.
They went and looked at it, and they did an x-ray, and it isn't bone, it's tissue. And they were unable to schedule him an MRI. So he headed on back east. I mean, he's still walking. Wow. And trying, to get a VA or whatever along the way to give him he was at the best place. Okay, he really was. Barnes in St. Louis is known for being superb in their care, but it was going to take 2 or 3 days, to schedule him an MRI, and he didn't want to waste any time. He wanted to get back out on the road, and God love him. I mean, I admire that man. And
I hurt my neck getting my eyeglasses exam last Monday. You put your chin up on the thing,
yeah.
And I guess I pulled or something, and oh my gosh, my neck just kept getting worse all week until night before last. I could not even turn over. I was like screaming to turn over. It was so painful. Oh. And then I was doing weatherproofing on my camper, and I got all the stuff out. I agitated my neck, and I was so mad because I couldn't work. Found out I need to reseal everything. I decided I'm just going to paint. I'm not going to do waterproofing because then I can paint over the caulking and it'll last longer. I don't want to do it every year. But, oh my gosh, I was so mad. I did all that extra stuff that caused pain and couldn't get anything done.
Well, I did. I used that Flex Seal on mine.
Yeah.
I used that Flex Seal spray on the corners. All the corners of my
Is that clear? Is it clear?
Actually, mine was white because my trailer's white. Okay, but you can get clear. You can get clear Flex Seal. And it's just hard to see and make sure you got a good coverage with the clear.
How much does that stuff cost compared to a tube of sealant?
Actually, it's really not that bad. It's $19 a can, and a can did all 4 corners of my trailer.
Well, I got to get into grooves is what I got to do.
Yeah. Well, I use they got Flex Seal caulk.
Yeah.
Flex Seal caulking.
I was looking at the cost of the seals, the Flex Seal stuff they have out here, and it was $9 a can. Or a tube.
Yeah.
Couldn't make myself pay it because I'm trying. Every penny I have is getting back to Arizona right now.
Yeah, well, I had where the front of the trailer rolls over and hits the flat.
Yeah,
that crease there.
Oh yeah,
it got hit by hail and kind of dented along that crease.
Oh, okay.
And it was leaking into my kitchen cabinets. And I had a guy go up and power wash it off real good and scrub it good. And we just put that Flex Seal tape across it, 4-inch wide.
Yeah. See that?
tape, and it seems to have worked. It seems to have worked very well.
Mine's on the cedar, so I can't really just tape it off and paint over it. I could reseal everything and do a good paint job. Kind of upset I gotta cover the wood, but it's so faded it looks like pine anyway. I'm like, what the heck? I sanded one part down. Now it's not even waterproof currently. Because if I put waterproofing on it, paint won't stick. So I have to leave it until I can get paint. Now they're talking about somebody down there might have some paint I could buy, leftover paint. They have a 5-gallon thing of it.
Yeah.
They only need a gallon. So, but now I got to go get the seal stuff. At least it'll be cheaper because I can get white and paint over it.
Are you sealing it on the outside or inside?
No, I have outside. It's cedar planks, and I have to seal between the planks. They're just shiplap.
Okay.
And so they have to be sealed between because the rain will actually come in. Even though there's an overlap like this, and the rain will come down like this, and the rain comes down, it still wants to go in. So I have to seal between every plank. And it's coming off after 1 year. That stuff's supposed to last a heck of a lot longer than it's not. So I'm going to seal and then just paint over it. And then I can just paint. It's easy to throw on a coat of paint. It's hard to have to sand and re-oil and reseal every year when I could just do paint once or twice a year. Zip, zip, zip. Boom. Done.
Yeah.
So that's why I decided I'm going with the paint. On the inside, I'll keep my cedar because I sealed it pretty nice on the inside.
Like I said, that clear Flex Seal spray works pretty good.
Yeah, but it won't get in the grooves. I need a bead. I need a long bead to seal it up.
Oh.
This has got to dry. The other one's drying. It's getting hot in here. I need to open the windows. I'm like, where? I'm running out of drying space here. Here. Right there ought to work. I might get a bump, but oh my gosh. I got to open the windows. I'm cooking. Oh,
yeah, I had just a fan on. I'm going to have to turn the air on. It's getting warm in here.
Yeah, I don't have air. I have my little evap thing, but it won't work on this big camper. It'll work on my little one. I made my own evap system. I actually still have the tubing part I want to do. I want to keep the evap thing outside and keep the water cool and just run cool water through the copper tubing and have that in front of my fan. Oh, I'm out of breath. Oh, it's so nice to be able to play music and not worry about getting some kind of strike.
How did you manage that?
Because it's one band and it's all Christian parody. It doesn't sound like it, does it? If you pay attention to the words, you'll hear it. And they have like every genre. They do like 34 hours worth of music, or 11 hours. I can't remember. They have a lot of music.
Yeah.
So, and my brother was in the band. He plays with the band on occasion. They haven't done any touring since the C came out.
Well, I'm wondering how it's going to go with the Hootenanny and the live streamers.
Yeah.
People are actually live bands, live singing,
Well, if the artist were to say it's the streamers currently have my permission to use this specific live event, then they would have, when it shows up on their information that somebody's has a copyright violation, they can go back, check the streamer's name, and okay it or not okay it. That's how it works. It doesn't work by somebody reporting you.
I think most of them are going to go are getting their Rumble set up. That's going to live stream the Hootenanny.
Yeah. Well,
That
but if
way they don't
get,
have to worry about it.
if the artist does specific permission, they should be able to do it. It might pop up as a flag, but they send an email to the artist, and it's the artist who decides whether they allow it or not.
Right.
And
Well,
if it's monetized, then the artist can actually take the monetization from that video, or a portion. It's up to them what they want to do. They can decide that they don't want it on there at all, and the thing would have to come down.
Well, all of these artists are members of ASCAP or BMI. They have to in order to perform live on the stages here in Branson.
But if they have express permission, there shouldn't be a problem.
Right. And all they got to do is say, by the way, live streamers, you got my permission to live stream me singing, you know?
And he has to be specific. This date, this time, this song. He has to be very specific.
Yeah, I know Ray Wolf's having trouble when Steve has given him absolute permission to use those two songs.
Right.
Wake Up in the USA and Let's Save America.
Right.
And even though Steve has done all the stuff, Gray Wolf's still having trouble with that.
It'll throw a flag, yeah.
Yeah.
But there's a something in the settings that has copyright.
Yeah.
There's a way of doing it.
Well, it's just like my video from 2012. The man who wrote the letter to all mankind,
right,
gave me written permission to use and share that video.
Right. Did you
2012?
And you included all that?
And just here recently, Facebook flagged it.
Yeah, you need to have that information embedded in your information somewhere.
Yeah.
You have to have it all embedded.
I'm not monetized, so they're really not, they just said that
they don't care about monetized.
All they did was put the artist, Facebook actually embedded the artist's, the writer's name in my video.
Yeah, if I look through mine, which I undid all of them, but you can see a copyright claim, and then it's just no restriction, which means I was okay using it in that video. And they actually sent the mail, and the artist makes that decision. Should. Yeah. But I don't know if people are getting a strike because the artist allowed it or Facebook just made a unilateral decision. You can fight it, but it's not easy. But including that somewhere in the embedding, if you can put it in I put that I have permission from them, and then I also put a link to their website.
Well, I used it as copying from Tamala's website back in 2012. And I even talked to the man on the phone, and he said, "Oh, please share it with everybody. Share it everywhere." Mm-hmm. I said, "Can I put it on in my Facebook page?" He said, "Yes." Well, that was 2012.
Right.
And just last month, Facebook went, "Oh, well, we have to put his name on it." So they just attached Tamala's name to the thing. I don't care. I want the man to have credit. He wrote a letter, I don't care. Let him have the credit. If I ever monetize on Facebook, give him the copyright fees. I mean, that's...
Well, if you're monetized, there's a way they can hook up to that monetization.
And I don't care. I don't care. I
got no reason to monetize unless I do the teaching series I've been thinking about doing, which I would want to monetize. But I'm not a pro, so who knows? We shall see.
Yeah.
I don't know how much monetization you get when you only have like a few views on a video, though.
Yeah, Wackoff was telling me that he's getting 9 cents a view now.
That's okay.
So
I would my if I got really lucky is make a buck off of it. Okay, this always worries me. When you find a tiny silver ball on the floor, you're like, what came apart?
Yeah, what necklace did you break?
I don't wear jewelry, so it's not a necklace. I don't know. It has to be something important. Because all I was doing was setting up my computer stuff
Yeah.
and painting. It doesn't have a little hole in it. It's just a silver bead, which makes me think ball bearing off of something.
Yeah.
Maybe it's this little thing that's holding my... No, that would be plastic. It could be the fan. That would not be good.
No.
I'm going to put
Like
it
a
in my...
little ball bearing?
Yep. That's why I said it's not a bead. It looks like it's a ball bearing, which could came out of the fan. This is a metal fan. That's a possibility. I'll put it here. My little dish. Oh, I made this dish. This is something I've been wanting to do, is go back into my ceramics and carving.
Oh,
I made
that's
this little
pretty.
dish. See if I
That's
can pull it
pretty.
sideways. Yeah, I did that one. And of course, I'm anti-perfection, so I have a little bowl I did that I keep my paints in.
Yeah.
And I have a few vases around somewhere.
I got rid of my potter's wheel. It was too messy.
Oh, I am so wanting to do little vases and things again. I really love doing this. The thing I love best is carving into it.
Yeah.
That's why I wanted to start doing some vases and little bowls and things again, but I don't have an oven. It's fairly cheap for the clay. You can get a lot of things out of a, 25 block of clay. You can get a lot of things out of it. In some places, I have to find out if there's one around here, but I know in Pittsburgh at Marjan's, you can pay for a firing. It used to be $35. It's probably a heck of a lot more now. And you get to fill the kiln with all your stuff, pay for the firing, and get it done. Which is fairly cheap considering how many pieces you'd be getting out of it.
Yeah. It all depends on the size of the kiln, too.
Right. Well, I'll have to find out there. I'm not going to find out here. I'm back to, I don't know about this place. I go back and forth and back and forth. It's mostly one person. I realized that most of my friends don't treat me like I'm broken or have some kind of evil spirit that needs to prey out of me. But this person here seems to think she's fixing me, and I'm like, well, if you think you're fixing me, you think I'm broken, and none of my friends treat me that way. Just one person. And it's not even everybody here, so I'm kind of tossing it back and forth again. My friends are telling me to run. And I'm like, but it's a nice, secure place. I do have other places I could be. In fact, my friend used to be my auto mechanic, but I can just pull into his backyard and live there if I had to. He's already offered. It's just I feel weird about using his bathroom. He's a single guy.
Yeah.
I would feel really weird. I don't really know which piece to work on now.
So get you one of those composting toilets.
I have one.
Okay.
You still have to, there's still stuff you got to do. Like once in a while you need a real shower, which I could travel to a friend's house, I guess. I don't know. I just feel weird. You still have to empty that toilet all the time.
Yeah. I know that's what I got to do sometime today. I got to get my holding tank emptied and cleaned out, and I got to get my water holding tank filled up because I unhook for the winter. I don't stay hooked to water in the wintertime. I run off of my holding tank.
Huh.
That way I don't have to worry about the sop and waste freezing and breaking and me having to pay the $900, $1000, $1,000 to replace it. No.
Yeah, that would hurt. So,
and you can do everything you can to try to winterize them, but I'm like, I'm not doing that. I got a nice big 100-gallon holding tank in this trailer, so I just fill her up. And if I got to do dishes, I go to the clubhouse. If I got to take a shower, I go to the shower house. I do my laundry at the laundry room.
That's cool. You know, Mesa, Arizona, they wouldn't allow you to count on their bathrooms. So they force you to have a complete system in your
Yeah.
home. That's why I can't stay there. And it's like, darn. It would be kind of nice. It's expensive though now too. What the heck? I lost my chalk. I was gonna just play with chalk on that, see if there's something I want to do on it. I could do my mountains. Oh, there it is. I could do my typical mountain scene with a red background, but some of that stuff showed through, so really, it would have to be just the typical mountain thing I do. That would look kind of okay, maybe. I got a better idea. I'm gonna do my salt background over it, the peppered look I get.
Yeah.
Let's see, where's the example? I know you've seen it before, but just in case somebody's watching who hasn't seen it, let me see if I can find a piece with it. Wow. Oh, here we go. This kind of background over it, where it gets the spots. I could do spots of blue over it and make it look kind of wonky skyish. That'll be fun. I think I'll do that. I'll just do another one of my mountain scenes. People like those ones. Boy, that wipe's real easy. Get my other palette out. I don't know. Should I do blue or yellow? It doesn't have to be a sky color. I mean, this one has yellow in the background, but this is a different version of my mountain one. See a pattern here?
Yeah. Did I show you my butterfly paintings?
I don't remember. I don't see the actual butterfly. There we go. What'd you do? Sponge on that one?
Yep. I did sponge, and then I get these butterflies that their wings stand out.
Yeah.
Then I have the cricket writing on it.
Okay.
Every time I see a butterfly, I think of you.
Aw.
And then I've got these different kind of wooden frames like this.
Yeah.
So you can put a frame on it and put somebody special's picture in it.
Oh, cute. Yeah, I think you did show me that. I didn't remember it.
But yeah, I get these butterflies. They run me about $1/4 a piece. And I simply glue them on.
I got a little pack of those. I had them in my Coroplast camper on the walls.
Yeah. So, and I do the sponge thing because I can do a whole mess of them, you know.
Yeah, one shot.
Yeah, lay them out on a big long table up at the clubhouse and sit there and do all different colored ones and then try to find a butterfly to match. You just glue it on. And then I bought these transfers, and I put the transfers on. And some of them I did bigger. I did one for Mom that had butterflies going all the way up. Okay. And I was able to put the picture of both her boys and Dad on it, you know, with all the different butterflies.
Ooh, what about I don't know if I want to use my metallics that way. I was thinking of doing the metallic that way with the spots.
Yeah.
Have some metallic, and then I'd be wanting to do more metallics on it. I'm so cheap. I'm thinking of painting according to what I want to spend the money on. That's hilarious. I also have this big floral one I have not figured out what I want to do with yet. This one, I need to play around with the chalk on it. That's what else I need to do. I have to figure out if I'm going to do a pattern in it or just line it up or what. Let me see here. Because I have these white lines that are kind of poking through the red, which I would use to outline with. Let me sketch something in. I might go to this, which would mean coming off the black paint I'm using today. Good thing I didn't relabel it Black Paint Day. Oh, wow. I think I like. Hold on, let me.
That's a technique I had just. You're the only one I've seen use the chalk as a definer to figure out what you're going to do.
Yeah. All right. So what I did was filled in the whole petal with my little lines.
Yeah.
I don't think I like the little lines in the middle of the petal, so I'm going to wipe them out and show you again. I think I like it without it for some reason. Where's my rag? There you go. Some people use specific drawing chalks. I just use regular chalk, but I think I like it without the center lines better. That's kind of cool, actually.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going with that. I'm going to work on that white line. My white lines I like. Which means I'm going to wash all the chalk off. But you can see where I painted the red over the white. Wow. And it already has type of an outline. So if I take the white and kind of define it even more. I keep running out of breath today. I don't know what that's about. That's kind of strange.
Well, girlfriend, I'm going to have to get myself busy or I'm never going to get my holding tank emptied and my dishes washed.
Well, thanks for stopping in.
I got to get everything ready for make sure I have all my tools for tomorrow. I got to take it to the clubhouse. I can't cook in here.
Right.
I have no space. So I reserved the clubhouse for tomorrow from 3 to 6 so that I could live stream from the clubhouse.
Nice.
I got better acoustics in the clubhouse too.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. And she went and put me a spider web tablecloth on the table for me. So
whoa.
Huh?
That wind just rocked this whole camper.
Wow.
We had some whipping winds coming through. I don't know if you can hear it.
Yeah, that's supposed to be here tomorrow.
Holy cow, that was crazy.
I went out yesterday and tied my gazebo down because of the wind that's coming. Now, in order for the wind to take my gazebo, it has to take the whole dang deck.
Oh.
I attached it to the deck. So
that would be even worse.
It's like you'd have to take that whole 500-600 pound deck with you. Because I bought a really nice gazebo. I'll take you out and show you what I did to my yard. I have to take my whole laptop with me. You know how it is. But I can walk out here and give you an idea of what I did to my yard. Because when you were here last, you didn't see that.
Right.
Can you see it now? Because I can't see it whether I'm getting it right.
Oh, yep. It was all covered up before, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It was all closed in.
Yeah. So I got it all out here nice and pretty. And I got her tied down real good. I really anchored her. So uh, it's not one of them easy ups, you know. It's an actual gazebo and what they call a temporary permanent gazebo.
Temporary, permanent. I thought about getting one for quartzite, but those winds just ripped the hell out of everything. I have a wall tent
Well,
that I didn't.
with the other easy up I had up there, every time you was going to have a long, strong wind, you had to take it down. I had to take the top off of it, or it was going to
Yeah.
mess it up. Well, this one I bought, got a really good price on it. I think I got it for $130, and it's actually square steel tubing, and it's bolted together. It don't just up and down. It would be a real job to try to take it down.
Mine was bolted together. It didn't come apart where the bolts are, but the wind whipped it down and it busted 2 poles.
Yeah. Well, I got this one tied down well enough that I don't think it's going to. I thought my deck was a 10 by 10.
Right. It was.
And I come home and find out that my deck's an 8 by 8.
Oh.
So I wasn't able to actually set it on the deck like I wanted to.
Darn.
And wood right now is just too expensive for me to expand my deck 2 feet more.
Yeah.
But I'm hoping I can get me some wood next year maybe and actually expand the deck so that it's big enough for that thing to go up and sit on top of the deck and get bolted down to it that way. Right now I'm using parachute cord and heavy duty eye bolts screwed into the deck, and then the parachute cord tied up and around each corner and coming down in 2 directions.
Right. So basically it's whether your canvas top will hold out or not.
Yeah. But it's a really heavy duty rubberized canvas on that.
Oh, nice.
You know.
I know out quartzite, even that gets kind of rough.
Well, it's going to get tied down by Mother Nature next spring, because in each of the corners I'm planting morning glories.
Ah, nice.
And I'm going to let the morning glories grow up the trellises on all 4 corners and get it rooted in. I don't know whether I'm going to use morning glories or clematis. I may get me some more clematis plants and have them, but they just don't bloom all year. I mean, my morning glory is still blooming out here. I mean, I had white and red, and they got purple up by the swimming pool that I can get seeds off of. So I'm looking at doing a mixture of the red and the white and the purple morning glories on it for next year, and letting them grow up all 4 corners. And then I know it's rooted in, you know?
Yep.
Let Mother Nature tie it to the ground. But they were everywhere when I got back from the convoy.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, my Lord. My whole yard was full of pumpkin.
You got a nice greeting home.
Oh, yeah. It was just, and then my morning glories had just, they choked out my tomato plants.
Oh.
And I'm like, where'd they come from? I didn't plant them. They just showed up.
Yep, they do.
And
some would consider them a weed, but I think they're great.
They're hard to control.
That's are.
That's why when I plant them, I'm going to put them in big pots in each corner. You know, that has the corner on it, trellis. And I'm going to put a pot there. And I'm going to grow them out of the pot rather than out of the ground, I think.
You know, one thing that surprised me is how hard it is to control bamboo growth. We had, my son met this guy who had bamboo all over his yard, and he would go over there and get it to make tools for his martial arts and his gaming. And the guy's like, yeah, please pick it. I can't control it. It would overwhelm everything. And I'm thinking, wow, that's wood we can get. If it's that prolific, it would be cheaper and easier to make things out of that.
Oh yeah, I've got a friend. He's known as Bamboo. That's what he does is bamboo, and he has the big black bamboo and the
Yeah.
yellow bamboo. And one year at for Veterans Week, he was making cups. Everybody wanted his bamboo glasses,
Wow.
and he
How do
made
you make
glasses out of them.
how do you make a cup out of bamboo?
Well, bamboo's hollow, honey.
Well, I know that, but he must have some really big bamboo.
He does. His bamboo's like 4 inches in diameter,
Woo!
and he would
Okay.
cut it where it would have the bottom joint in it. Okay,
Uh-huh.
and then he would actually sit there with a Dremel, and he would carve into the bamboo.
Okay.
He would sand out the inside really good, and then
Yeah.
put a sealant in it. And he made some really beautiful cups, like with the military insignias on it. He would
Wow.
dribble them into the bamboo. I got 4 bamboo plants from him, the black bamboo, and it's taking off. But we wanted a whole uh, privacy screen,
Uh-huh.
and ain't nothing like bamboo to create a privacy fence. The
Exactly.
only thing is
Yep.
it goes crazy. But that black bamboo will get up to 10 inches in diameter.
Hmm.
It gets big enough to use it to make a building. You can build with the dang stuff.
You can make a pretty good yurt from that stuff. I wish I had access to that. If my son still had access to that, but my son don't talk to me anyway, but if I had access to it, I could make a pretty decent yurt. And then I would have a studio. Because you
Yeah,
can make them to where they scissor close the walls on them.
yeah. Well, when he does the booth. He does a booth out at Veterans Week at the
Right?
Veterans Village, and he brings in his actual booth that's done with the bamboo and the palm fronds. His whole
Mm-hmm.
booth is bamboo.
Nice.
And he makes these bamboo fountains, water fountains, and they're really nice.
Wow.
Uh, he took his bamboo and roofed a whole motel here in town.
Nice.
Whole tropical scene. He did the inside lobby for the people with bamboo.
Yeah.
With, and he covered their front desk
It
with,
does some really decent flooring too.
oh yeah. Yeah. I watch Survivor. I've been watching Survivor now for 43 years. Okay. 43 seasons, whatever. And they get all this beautiful long bamboo poles.
Uh-huh.
They have yet to build a teepee.
Huh.
And they lose their every time it gets a storm or rain or whatever, they lose their fire.
Yeah.
And I'm like, y'all, why aren't you building a teepee where you can have your fire inside?
Yeah.
This long bamboo poles, okay? You got plenty of twine. You can make twine out of the palm fronds,
Yep.
and it's like, why aren't you guys putting up a teepee? And they have yet 43 seasons, and they have yet to build a teepee for a shelter.
Strange. I'm liking that flower.
I am too.
I think the flower part, I got a lot of work to do on the stem though. It's kind of crappy looking.
Yeah, but if you did that same white around your stem, around your leaf.
Yeah, I got to go back and fix it. It's really bad brush strokes and everything. I just rushed the green on there to see. And then I have to do some tune up on this because you could see that I got still white paint showing up on that.
Yeah.
I don't know. It just looks really sloppy.
An artist is never satisfied with their own paintings. You know that.
Well, no, I get satisfied with them. I won't sell them until I fall in love with it. That one multicolored with the floral that I sold,
Yeah.
I kept wanting to do more, but she really wanted it, so I sold. That's the second piece I sold that I did before I was completely in love with it. But someone else loved it, so I let it go. But I'm noticing that there's a lot of color mixes that I didn't want in here that aren't going away. It's like the paint wanted to come back off. I don't know. It's okay. I've got the time and I've got the paint.
Hey, what all do you like in a salad?
Dark greens. Oh my God, everything. I'll put apples, oranges, chicken, nuts, rice, quinoa, just whatever I can find. A salad doesn't have to be a little tossed green salad with the onions and stuff. I like to jack them up.
Well, I'm putting. Have you tried them little English cucumbers? They're only about
Oh,
this
those
big.
are cute.
They're
Yep.
about this big around. They're only about that long,
Yep.
but they're so tender and so sweet.
Yep.
And I noticed they had them at the store the other day. But
Cool.
my grocery list, I'm getting ranch dressing. I'm getting 2 orange bell peppers and 2 red bell peppers, a package of the English cucumber, a large cucumber, some celery, carrots, radishes, dark leaf lettuce, black olives, eggs, cheese, yellow squash, zucchini, some ham. I'm getting
Is
green.
this the Halloween salad?
Yeah.
Okay.
Ham and green food coloring.
Oh, eggs. I always put hard-boiled eggs in.
For the ranch dressing. Yeah, I've got eggs here. And then I'm doing the red onion for a little more color and some green onion. And then I'm going to be doing another thing that requires green apples.
Green apples work in salad too. You could do all kinds of carving things with those.
Oh yeah, well I'm doing I'm doing monster mouths with caramel and sunflower seeds for teeth. I'm gonna make monster mouths out of Granny Smith apples. But I'm doing the yellow or the orange bell pepper jack-o'-lanterns as my salad bowls. I'm trying to do something extremely healthy. I need to do something sweet, but I ain't sure what yet for a sweet to go with it. But I ain't figured that one out yet. You know, I'm doing the spider eggs and grow some eyeballs with the eggs. I like taking the boiled eggs for Halloween. You boil them up and refrigerate them for 24 hours. By the way, that's a tip. If you take the eggs and refrigerate them, they peel good. I like that.
I'm thinking about it.
And then when you take them out of the refrigerator, you crack them and put them in the egg coloring with the shell on them. And then when you peel the shell off, it's got squiggly lines all through the white of the egg. And it makes your gruesome eyeballs.
Oh, I don't like that. It was a cool idea. Maybe if they were wiggly though.
Actually, I think it's too much. I think you're over.
Yep, I am. I am. That's because I have to patch up all this copper. And I was trying to think of a way because this one leaf,
Yeah.
this one petal, I mean,
Yeah.
has a problem. It went over on the white and some of the red.
Yeah.
And to put copper over that is going to show up. It's going to show up even if I made it solid.
I think I would outline it with some of my metallics.
I'd have to make it all red, solid red in this part, because otherwise it'll show up in my copper no matter what I do.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't know. I'm just going to have to fill that in with the red. Actually, I'm going to make it a pink red like shows up here, because I did the white and the red over it, and it's kind of a pink red.
Yeah.
So I'm going to make a pink red and do outside of the petals and do that. And I am overthinking it. I need to leave that basic, redo all my background, and then figure out what I'm doing with the green.
Yeah.
More work than I wanted, but oh well, that's how it goes.
Well, your leaf should have a little veiny in it, maybe.
Well, yeah, it might, or it might just go like, because petals usually have veiny things in them too. It might just end up being the same as I did on the petals.
Right. For continuity of art, of work. Yeah.
Well, yep. I don't know, but I know I've got to do the background before I do anything else, so I don't have to keep retouching up the picture. Because if I completed the picture and then went to do the background, then I'd have to go back and redo all that other part again. I'm going to do my second line of white because I have white paint that's going to dry up if I don't use it. And the white won't be touched. In fact, I don't care if I have to go back in and touch up the white again later, but I doubt I will have to. Highly doubt it, because my little red pink doesn't need to go all the way up to the white line. But I do have to clean these lines up. I might as well do it while the paint's wet.
Yeah.
And my tongue is sticking out. That's funny. My dad used to use his tongue hanging out when he used scissors. It was funny.
Yeah, your tongue sticking out to help make your hands more steady.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
Or I'll bite my lip.
Boy, I'll tell you what, eating out is getting real expensive. We
No
only
kidding.
got one food place that we can eat, well, two that we can eat at here. Okay, one serves breakfast and lunch, but if you want to go have something for dinner, they're wanting for a classic cheeseburger, $11.99.
Well, that's cheaper than out here. I think it costs like $23 for a burger out here.
Oh my God.
Yeah. But again, it's like the Harvard Hotel. They don't go to fast food here. I can't. They keep talking about how they don't have lots of money either. And it bugs me that they're paying to take me out to eat every week like $25-$30. And it's like, if you're really that broke, you can use the $100 for something else. Why are you taking me to eat at a restaurant when you don't have funds for this or funds for that?
Because the gift is in the giving. It makes them feel
I know,
good.
but if you don't have money to do stuff with, why would you even go out to eat in the first place? I don't understand this concept.
Yeah. Well, some people believe that's called paying it forward and that it'll come back to them tenfold.
Yeah, it still bugs me. It's hard for me. I just have this in my head. I mean, people, when you're on limited income, people judge every dime you spend.
I mean, this month really screwed me up because the bank didn't take out my credit card payment.
Right. Yep, I remember that.
And, I thought I had more money in the bank because I wait until like the 5th. Everything comes out on the 4th. So I checked my account on the 5th, and that's the money I got to spend. Everything
Right.
else has been paid. And I thought, woohoo, I'm doing good this month. So I overspent a little. I went to Golden Corral twice. It's really good. It's a really good price because I can go eat at Golden Corral for less than I can buy a cheeseburger for.
Right.
If I go during from between 1 and 4 in the afternoon on Monday through Friday, it's only $10.65, and that includes the drink.
Wow.
And you got all this. I can have a salad, and I can have 2 or 3 choices of meat. I got I got 5 or 6 different cooked vegetables. I got cake and pie and ice cream, uh, uh, fruit, and I can have seafood salad or macaroni salad or potato salad or a salad,
Or have it all.
or have a little bit. I like to take it just a little bite of everything. I get a
Yeah.
little dab of potatoes and a little dab of macaroni and cheese, a little dab of roast, and a little piece of chicken, and a little piece of fish. Throw me a couple little things of teriyaki beef on there, and then I get me a really. Try to pick out the smallest baked sweet potato they got, and then but I love to have me. I gotta have me a dabble of corn, a dabble of carrots, and a dabble of Brussels, 2 Brussels sprouts. Always get 2 Brussels sprouts, and I don't eat their pizza because my body don't like it, and I can have a glass of milk.
Oh, milk.
I don't
That's
have to have.
awesome.
I don't have to have tea or so. I don't like soda, and the only choice is tea or lemonade.
And the
And
tea usually has
water.
caffeine.
Any place else I go, but I go in there. I take my empty glass with me, set it on the table, and I tell my waitress I want a glass of whole milk. And they go to the kitchen and they get me a big old glass of whole milk to eat with my supper
Wow, that rocks.
for $10.65. Now, ain't no place you can go eat like that for that amount of money.
Right.
And I always feel like a turkey when I leave, a stuffed turkey, that is. Yeah, and I'm a good clear up until 5 o'clock the next day after I eat that meal.
Wow.
So, yeah, I can't beat it.
No, you can't.
So
That's cheaper than the gas to get to the place from here.
yeah, well, it's 4 miles from my house. I mean, everything around here is 6 miles from me.
Wow.
Give or take a mile or two. Everything, and I
Wow.
still live out in the middle of nowhere. You seen where I live?
Yep.
I ain't got a lot of hustle and bustle where I live, but I'm gonna have. They have built so many. I bet they built 1,000 condo buildings, 3 floors high.
Wow. Is that where they're going to move some of these new immigrants?
I reckon that's probably what they're gonna do. Right now they got them on. Right now you can rent them there under a B&B, okay,
Yeah.
timeshare kind of thing. And there's some of them over there that's got 12 bedrooms.
Woo.
And if you're renting motel rooms for 12 people,
Yeah.
it's a lot cheaper to get one of them B&Bs for 12 people and have a kitchen, a full kitchen.
Yeah, I have a friend with a resort rental, and I don't remember how many bedrooms are there, but they had 2 kitchens, 2 living rooms, outdoor patio, and I think she put in a hot tub.
Yeah, well, these are all on the side of the mountain facing the lake. They just took out all the trees. And the thing is they built it on top of clay.
Wow.
Clay. We're not talking rock or we're talking clay that rides on top of granite.
Yep.
And I'm like, you're up on the hill like this, okay, up on a hill. Honey, overlooking that big old lake. Are you trying to fill our lake up with buildings?
Oh, the clay will solidify.
Well, the problem is that we get these heavy rains, and it's riding on a layer of granite. Because I saw when they cut into it,
Mm-hmm.
it's a slick layer of granite underneath this about 4 or 5 feet of clay. And I'm thinking, honey, when the rain comes and the water starts getting in there and starts running between that clay and that granite, that house goes slide down the hill. And then they went and built some that are just right along the road, and the road comes around a big old curve. Okay, it comes around a big old curve, and deer cross there all the time, and there ain't no shoulder. It goes straight down the cliff. Well, just past them little bitty tiny trees is the roof of a house. A couple of them. I'm waiting on the Geico commercial. When I come through there, and one of them cars is sticking out of the roof of one of them houses.
Oh,
I mean, they took out all the great big trees that would have normally stopped the car from going all the way down the hill.
yeah.
But no, now they got this scrub oak.
What they
About
wanted
all
to
they
view.
left, and a car trying to avoid a deer goes. There's been so many wrecks there over the years. You know, it's a curve, and at night it's a blind curve. And the minute you come around, as you look straight ahead, here's a house roof. The house has been down on the valley. Here's the roof of the house, and I'm going, man. Do you know how many times somebody's went off of this damn hill?
Mm-hmm.
Especially in the wintertime, should we get a cold spell and you got the moisture coming off of the lake, landing on the road, making it black ice, and you come around that corner,
Yeah.
and it's a flat corner. It ain't even got a embankment to it. It's a flat corner, and I'm like, you people are stupid. I know people are getting stupider. I know they are. It's a clear sign. You know?
Well, maybe if they demand all electric cars, there won't be any cars on the road, so they wouldn't have to worry about it then.
Oh, I seen one of them commercials for that new electric Tundra truck. They was bragging about how it can get 400 miles on a single charge.
Wow.
And it takes 4 to 5 hours
To charge
it. Now,
Yeah.
wait a minute.
You can't take 5 minutes to fill your tank. You got to sit at the station for 4 hours. How many did Mr. President say he was putting in? Like 17,000 for 50 states. And I'm like, really? Because you know how long it takes for them to charge?
You can't even, there ain't even one of them electric stations anywhere in Branson, Ozark, Harrison.
Even if they have them in California, if they can't run the AC, how are you going to charge a car? Duh.
How you going to get anywhere? Okay, it's 1,000 miles from here to Hagerstown.
Well, that's what they want to prevent. That's part of the plan. Go read the United Nations Sustainability Goals. They want to lump people into cities to where public transportation is.
Yeah,
it's all part of the plan. Did you see Sweden blew off all the green stuff, turned on all their power sources, and said, "Forget the environmental thing." I want to move to Sweden.
Yeah. Well, I got a friend over on my Facebook page that lives in Sweden.
Yeah.
And it sounds all really good until you realize that it's they got a lot of rules and regulations. Let me put it that way. He was trying to put in a hydro plant, a simple waterfall.
Oh, but I'm saying just the last couple days, their new government people are tossing that out and just turning stuff back on.
Wow, wish we could do that.
I know.
Go back to living free.
Yeah, that would rock.
I had a bend of creek that ran through the corner of my property, and it connected with my neighbor's property, and he had a water break there, but every time it come a gully washing rain, it washed the water break out and his cows would get out. Okay.
Oh.
We had to go down and fix it constantly because it had filled in. All right.
Mm-hmm.
And I was going to go down and dredge it. Okay. To make it a little deeper so it didn't wash the water break out every time it come a rain.
Yeah.
The EPA was going to fine me $100,000 if I dredged that piece of creek that was on my land.
Yep, because it affects the water and the rest. Well, Beto here in Texas is wanting to put in meters on private wells. Why would you do that?
Oh, God. So they can take track of your carbon footprint.
Yeah. So you can get your.
So they can shut down the pump electronically.
Yeah.
Shut your water off.
It's more about control. People don't see it. It's so frustrating.
Oh, honey, I get so perturbed at some of these commercials are driving me nuts.
That's why I don't watch TV no more. I'm surprised you watch TV at all.
Well, I have satellite TV, so I can watch YouTube on my TV.
Oh, okay.
And I can watch Newsmax or One America News on my satellite TV.
Yeah, I quit watching most news. I've been getting my news directly from the source, like what's happening in Israel. I know some people hate me using that word, but whatever. I know someone is in the IMDF and I get my news directly. Well, I don't personally, but that's where I'm watching it. If I want Vatican news, I go to the Vatican. If I want NASA news, I go to NASA. They have enough of pride that they're not going to hide what they want to declare.
Oh, did you hear what they're trying to do in Australia? What they are doing in Australia?
No, I haven't.
Honey, they're hunting the non-vaccinated people down.
Oh, yeah. It's sad.
They either go to a what do you call it? A camp, okay?
Yeah.
A concentration camp.
Yeah.
Or they agree to take the jabs.
Yep.
All of them.
It's crazy. The world's gone nuts.
I think it was France. Not France. Spain.
Well, FEMA used to have their beautiful tents up that they were going to use to house people for sea recovery.
Yeah.
And they took that down after they got negative comments.
Spain just outlawed the jab. They just outlawed it, period. They had all their scientists. I was listening to their meeting where they was all getting up and testifying and everything over there about the stuff. And the news about it was so horrific. They had a unanimous vote to outlaw it in their country.
Good.
That's one win.
Yep. How far will that get us? I don't know.
Wendy,
like one step forward and 400 back.
Wendy, I fully believe the deed is done, and we got to learn to survive.
Yep, pretty much. All those people are having physical sicknesses now.
Yeah,
and they're not willing to attach it to that. They just want more vaccines.
No. Yeah. So I was telling people the other day, we was on, I don't know whose live I was on. I saw somebody talking with somebody on Facebook or something. I don't know where. I do that so much these days that's all I ever get done. But
I better wash that brush.
And I was letting him know I could talk freely because I think I was on Rumble. Okay, so I was allowed to actually talk. I can't talk here like I would there.
Right.
About the deed being done. And what are you going to do about it? What are you going to do about it?
Exactly.
Are you going to just lay down and it cease to exist? Because, you take 2/3 of the population out of your town or city
Yeah.
or where you live, just take 2/3 of them.
You're going to be
Only
hurting.
do 1 out of 3. What are you going to do? How many people you got left to run a factory, a
Not
grocery store, a supply station? What do you got left? You better start getting you some seeds, honey, and you better start learning a little bit about growing food organically, because you ain't gonna have no chemicals to put on your foods. You got to figure out a way to keep the bugs off.
Well, that's if you do a bit of research, you can find out there are plants you can plant next to certain plants to chase the bugs that like those plants away.
I
It's
know.
all science.
Yes, I got all that. Matter of fact, in my Bubba group, I have a young lady who has a master's degree in organic gardening. If I don't know it, I know somebody who does.
Yep.
I got my resources. It's like I may not know how to fix an old engine and get it running, but I got a mechanic for that. A couple of them. Okay. So I'm like, no. Same way with the electrician and the plumber. When you put your Bubba group together, you got to get people. I even got me a doctor. Well, she's a nurse practitioner and a nurse in my Bubba group.
Is that pink too distracting? I think I need to make it redder.
You need to make it redder.
Dang it. I'm just going to leave it right now, let it dry and paint over it.
Yeah, it may change a little color too after it dries, just enough.
Yeah. Well, I know that. You know what? I'm going to go through and do all the pink and then do the red over it again because I forgot I need to do the background. I'm just trying to use up this little bit of paint. This will help me get the shape figured out. And then when I go back over with red, it won't be so misshapen according to the way I want it to be.
Yeah.
Which I'm going to end up doing the white lines again. It looks like, dang it. Back and forth, back and forth. It drives me nuts.
That's what happens when you're layering.
Yeah, I know. But this will help clean up some of these edges and shapes before I get the background done.
Yeah.
Ah, that was bad.
They got your tongue stuck out.
Did I?
No, you got to put your tongue out.
Oh, is that
your
what's
hands
wrong?
more steady.
Oy. Oy. This table's a little small for what I usually do.
That's why I'm so glad I got the clubhouse here. I got all those big, 12-person seat tables up there.
Yeah. That's what I had at the studio, those big long tables to work at.
And I've got the double stainless steel sink and water.
Yeah, that's always good.
And good lighting, In the daytime, I've got a big double window in there, and I can paint using the sunlight, But they've got fluorescence throughout the whole ceiling, so.
Oh, I don't like fluorescence all that much either.
Huh?
I don't like working under fluorescence all that much either.
No, I like going up and working in the daylight time where I got the sun in the window and get the sunlight effect on my painting, all right? It also helps when you're doing realism and you got the sun shining on your canvas and you got
Oh, yeah,
angle.
definitely.
Makes it a whole lot easier to put that sunlight on your trees and stuff. Know what direction to put it on.
Yeah, that does help.
Let Mother Nature figure it out for me. Oh, I don't want to go out there and do that. I hate it. I hate having to dump my black water.
Everybody hates that.
Yeah. And I got to bring it for my neighbor's not so bad because he's got a grinder. He got one of them brand newfangled fifth wheels. And I got this here old 91 travel trailer.
Yep.
And so I got to go out and hook the hose up, put the little wand thing on the hose, drag the hose in here, put it in the stool, then go outside and push one handle in and pull another handle out. But I did get it hard done. I got it done on PVC pipe now.
Mm-hmm.
With the clean out in it, so I can open the clean out and tell when I've got it clean.
Stand into that one. That's cleaning up the edges a bit. That's okay. Keep getting it on my white. I can't even follow my own lines.
Put your tongue out. Seriously.
No, I don't want to.
You don't have to stick it all the way out. Just stick it between your teeth.
No, I got it. I can bite my lip instead.
Yeah, that'll work too.
There we go. Then when I go in and make it a darker, much darker pink, or just do the red over it, I have these tiny touches of red that pop out at the edge still. That'll be fine.
Yeah.
Unless they disappear when I go do the background again. I'm disappointed in my background. I did not see that it was messed up like that before.
Faux paint it.
What?
Sponge it.
Oh, my metallic?
Give it some texture. And then those little spots won't show up at all.
I like the metallic, though.
So sponge some metallic on it.
I could experiment with that after it dries a bit.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Texture it.
Then I got this tiny bit green here that seems off.
Not
that
really.
Supposed to
Not
be
really. That gives it that really does add.
Yeah, it attaches the flower.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think maybe it needs to come out maybe a little bit more that way because I got this going and then boom, it just cuts off. So may need to add to that green actually.
Yeah. Throw a leaf in behind it.
But you can see how bad the strokes are in the green. I just slapped the green on there. Come on.
Yeah, I see that. But hey, honey, that's actually giving it texture.
Yeah, but look at this poor sad leaf.
Yeah, but you know where you got that little bit of green coming through? Bring a leaf out. Where you got that green coming a little bit like a smaller leaf.
I don't know. I think I just want to take it and bring it so it lines up more.
Oh, okay.
But it's kind of got to line up and then curve instead of it's just going too straight right there. But I'm going to do the background touch up first, whatever I'm going to do with that. I'm going to have to let it dry to do that. So what I did my black frame on this one.
Yeah.
And I don't know if I want this picture to be complete like that or I want to do, I'm thinking of a white line next to the black.
My daughter would fall in love with that painting. That's her style right there, what you got in your hand.
I do like it, but it just needs just a touch more. And I'm thinking white along my black line. And I don't want to do it as straight. I want to do it my non-perfect white line. Although I do want to keep that black shirt. I don't know. May or may not tape it off, but it needs 24 hours if I'm going to do that. So I'm going to let that go 24 hours. Then I have the this one to do the thin black line to separate the top and the side. And that's got to dry 24 hours. So I think I'm out of stuff I could actually work on right now. Stuff's got to dry.
Well, honey, you've been on here for quite a while.
Have I?
Yeah.
I started at 11 and it's maybe 3 hours. I've been doing like 6 hours of work usually, but I guess I shouldn't have to force myself to do that. I'm on my own free schedule.
You are. And I got to get out of here anyway.
Okay.
I have got to get this work done on this trailer while I got a nice day to do it on.
Yep. Good day. Yep, I got to do mine, but I don't have the supplies, so I'm SOL.
Yeah.
I know. I'll do my spotted background thing on this, and then I'll be done.
I'm going out of here, baby. I love you.
Okay. All right. Have a good day.
You too.
Okay, let's see what I'm gonna do here. I do like that I'm gonna do a red mountain one. It won't be as natural looking, but I don't know. Maybe it'll turn into something eerie or cool. I don't know. After doing that one and fall in love with that one, it's really hard to go back to wanting to try it again. Sometimes I do really good on one project and I get frustrated that I can't repeat it. Oh, I love that piece so much. So I need about 7 pieces to send to Tara to put up in the restaurant. I should find out what size also. I have a standard 11 by 17s. I gotta run to the restroom. I better put a note in the thing. I should make some fancy screens. Say be right back on it. If I could just pop them up. For now, we'll just do that. And that wind is whipping out there. Okay, we are back. Oh, I could make a banner. Okay, let's give it a pop-up. See, there we go. It'd be nice to make a pretty fancy one. Let me see if I could. No, that doesn't give me the picture option. What is brand? Oh, ooh. Can add my own overlay. Oh, you'd have to upgrade. Could do a countdown. Boom. That's fun. Background. Yeah, who needs a background? We don't need background music. I have permission to play Apologetics, which is playing. I've put their website connection in the description if anybody wants to check them out. It's Christian parody music. I have to say they do a very good job at making it sound very much like the original. You love this song? It's actually, yeah, I can't see it from here. I'd have to bump my tether phone. It's actually Apologetics version of it. All right, let me see if I can at least see what's playing. It's not showing. Hopefully I don't disconnect trying to do this. Oh, it's playing on the other phone. Wake up, Wendy. Hold up. Check it out. Where did I lay the other phone down? Here it is. It is called Lightning Flashes. The original is Lightning Crashes. Apologetics parody version is Lightning Flash. They do sound exactly like the originals, don't they? If you don't pay attention to lyrics, you'd never know the difference. I like that they substitute the words. There's a lot of raunchy songs with raunchy words and that I don't like to sing. So I really appreciate all this parody music that has a more positive twist. Yeah, they do. He's really good. I don't like when he's the lead singer. I don't like his screaming, though. He does like Back in Black, and the screaming sounds horrid. But they are spot on. They're really good. They were on one of the American Idols or whatever, the other show. They were on one of those two. One year. I don't remember what year. You might find that info on their site. I don't know. But they're really good. My brother has I think it's a 7-string, the extra string on a guitar. He actually taught one of those, his own technique, to one of the guys on ZZ Top. That's cool. My brother's famous. Not famous, but more famous than me. I'm just putting soap in this brush. I think I'm going to do the cadmium yellow, but I think I want to do the deep cadmium yellow as spots over it. I kind of like the red. Maybe I should go with more of an orange. I know there's a lot of people who hear this and start singing along, and then they'll realize, wait a minute, that wasn't what they said. When I go to the stores and I hear a song now, I'm like, oh, they're playing Apologetics, and I have to remember, no, it's just parody stuff. I think I like the orange with that. This is kind of, I'm doing this one as my typical mountain scene. So it'll be mountain, and a mountain. That's too balanced, and then my sun and my birds. It's my typical scene, but I want to do a speckled pattern thing on the back with my saltwater wash. So that's what I'm going to do the orange with. Give it kind of a speckled background. If you look real close, you can kind of see a feint of what was under it. That will be covered up with details and things. I just want to give it a touch more of something. So I'm going to do my salt wash background. I think I'd call it that. Salt background. I don't know what to call it. So you make the paint kind of watery and you throw salt on it and it'll draw the colors towards it. I wish I had rock salt. I didn't save any unless I have some in my box. Let me check. Oh, I got a smaller tablecloth. Look at all those other palettes I forgot I had. There's my other brushes I bought. They're I don't like long-handled brushes. Forgot I had those. Those need to go in my other thing. I do have rock salt. Woohoo! Yay! That'll help. And I also found, I forgot about these things I started. They're cute. So I have a set of 3, which I'm not really sure what I'm going to do. But they don't match right now. I'll do something on them. Yeah, it'll probably be a triptych. I'll make all 3 into some kind of pattern or theme. Wash the chalk off. I'm really trashing my studio today. There is one song they do. I never heard the original, but I am in love with their version of it. Let me see if I can find it. It's called People. Let's see, this is alphabetical, so I guess I can find it that way. I'll play it after this song. I like this song. My brother taught me how to play that little section on there on the guitar. I'll wait till this song's done and then I'll play my favorite of theirs. It's called People. It's after a song called Pepper. I can't remember who sings that song either, but I like it a lot. I never heard the original and I fell in love with the new one. Traffic. Who has a red truck? Nobody that lives here has a red truck. I don't know why they're going to the other house. Haven't heard traffic here for a while. Half the people here left on a vacation in New Mexico. It's good and watery. So what I do is I brush the whole thing with this paint, and then I throw salt on it, and the salt will draw the watery paint towards it and leave dots. It's so windy out today, it's odd. Still nothing compared to quartzite winds, that's for sure. That's Tommy. He's talking about the guitarist right now. His name's Tommy Tincha. I went to grade school with him and high school. But he's a grandpa now. Like the rest of us, I guess. Well, I'm not a grandpa. I'm a grandma. All right, let's just do this thing. It needs more water. I'm just going to get it on there. Add water as I go.
This gets messy. The paint kind of flings everywhere because I'm going from one side of the canvas to the other, and it catches on the edge and flings the paint. I'm just going to have a mess to clean up, apparently. Okay, get the paint on. Start adding more water to it. You want it to be pretty dang fluid. Yeah, I do want to catch the edges a little. Don't want them mismatch and then have to worry about fixing it up later. More water. It's got to be really, really fluid. There we go. Almost to where you could just pour it around. That's as fluid as you want it. Now I'm just going to start taking and throwing some salt on it, drawing it towards the salt. And it's going to be a lot of salt, which is going on my floor also, apparently. I don't know if you could see it starting to pull the water towards it. With this big salt, I can reuse it. And then I'll use a little bit of table salt to pull the rest. I don't know if you can see from that distance. You can start to see the red starting to show up around some of it because it's cooling the orange off. It's like a recipe. 4 tablespoons of rock salt and a large tablespoon of table salt. Actually, if it were a recipe, it'd be a giant handful of table salt. And I'll have to sand all this off because that salt will kind of get stuck. There we go. Now we gotta wait for it to dry. My mom played a couple bands in the 80s. She was a drummer. Yeah, I'd love to be a drummer. I played the drums at the art studio, but I had to do my own patterns. I'm not really good at... Well, I've never learned to read drum music, and I've never learned to play according to the song, but I can keep a beat according to the song or create my own beats. I wouldn't say according to the song. I can keep a beat with the song. Might not be the beat they have. Rhythm, that's the word. The rhythm they have, I can keep the beat. I'm using the wrong words again. Me and words. Sometimes it's a struggle. Okay, there we go. Let's do people. Here we go.
Capture Peter, they were sharing Herod's outbreak of attacks upon believers. James would have to face the sword, and Peter would escape it. They were not afraid of dying, they both knew that they could take it. Thomas preached in Babylon and India, they claim, when the local folks impaled him with a lance while he was praying. They were all about to die, but they weren't thinking much about it, and their story didn't have a chance.
That's going to take a long time to dry.
Why would someone die if it was just a hoax? Why didn't take the awful risk to tell us Jesus?
Can't sing quietly. My voice likes to sing loudly.
We're not a slogan lies. To get enrolled in history, both says martyrs for Jesus Christ.
Yeah, that takes a long time to dry. Let's see if I can bring it up without disturbing it too much. Kind of see what's going on in there. It doesn't want to focus when it's that close. The table salt's actually creating like a really cool texture, actually.
It was just a hoax. Why didn't
So anyway, after this dries and I sand it off, I'll just do my basic mountain on it. Mountain and sun. Oh, I just got orange paint on my pants.
Philip died, Andrew did, and possibly Matthias. Peter's was a most unpleasant death for being Christian. They would turn him upside down and then go through with crucifixion. Polly was beheaded, probably Matthew did the same. Then they threw off of the temple top the other guy named James. They were all about to die, but they weren't thinking much about it. It's a gory bunch of evidence that none of them were doubters. Why would someone die if it was just a hoax?
All right. Yeah, at least it's not real noticeable anymore. It's pretty bright orange. I really need to have painting outfits. If I just get paint everywhere. Especially when I do a fluid background and I'm flinging paint. I'm having a productive day despite not getting a full piece done. That was fun. Okay, these are all alphabetical. I'm going to go way back up to the top again. Okay, let me go back for a second. Let's see if it tells me how many hours worth of music they have here. It doesn't here. It'll tell me online. Okay, here we go. Oh, that's not a song I wanted to play. What the heck is this? There we go. I guess we gotta turn it back down again. Tommy's wife was one of the singers, I think. The female singers, they do some disco stuff that she sings on. I think it's his wife. Oh, this one might be dry enough to do the white that I wanted to do around it. Oh no, because I want to tape off the black. Trying to think what I even else I would have to work on. I am noticing in this one, when I sprayed the sealant on it, that the goldish yellow, the yellow, and the white kind of lost their solidity. But I do want to go back in and take the black. I used that metal black, and I'm not liking it. So I need to go back in and put black on it. I have a... Where did I have a palette once that I had black on? Oh, there. It's up there. I don't know if it's still wet enough to use, though. No, it's all solid. Not sure. Let's see if I can take this fan, aim it down. I could probably put this salt one down here and dry it faster. created a big mess that's going to need to be cleaned. Tilt it down somehow. I have to put under the tape was too thick. That's not going to take it down enough. We're on the search for something with good width to hold that up. I guess I could use a frame from a painting. And make space. There we go. Maybe that'll speed that up. So when I got salt on the seat and everything. When I do this and I get salt everywhere and it gets humid, the salt will create water puddles. That's why I especially don't do this salt thing in my camper. If I want to salt my food, I'll take it outside because I'll find out I have puddles on my floor from salt. So I'll save the big rock salt to use for other paintings. A little bit of table salt won't pan out though. There's salt everywhere. It rolled off everywhere. I think I'm going to take that tablecloth outside and shake it off. We shall salt the nature. My salt will kill a field and kill grass. So in Phoenix, I got tired of weeding my yard. And I couldn't afford Roundup, which is toxic anyway. So I got, 12 to 15 salt containers and dumped it all over that yard. Nothing was growing there for a long time. They don't like everybody to do that because it affects your water in the area. But I was sick of it and I had it, so I assaulted my yard. So nothing grew there till I left. I really couldn't maintain a home. Even this is too big for me to maintain. I physically can't do it. That's why I like my tiny camper, because I can do things myself. Relying on other people is harsh. You can't pay them. It's like the people here, they want me to do farming. I can't dig with shovels and things. I went to the eye doctor, put my chin on the rest, and knocked my neck out for the whole week, and all I did was rest my chin on it. And a couple nights ago, I could not even turn over. It was so bad. I was screaming, trying to turn over. And I don't sleep still, so it was a rough night. Last night was a little bit better. But I can move my neck and turn it today. I couldn't turn it yesterday at all, or the day before. So I guess I could do the black lines on this. Because the sealant dried. So if you look close and the sun reflecting, I don't know if it'll show it or not. It won't. But there's a difference between the, There's a difference between the black and the gunmetal black. I don't like it. So I'm going back in with my Mars black. And just redo those lines. It makes all the other lines look really blurry. And I am not happy with that look. So we're going back in and redoing them. I just got to pick a brush. I'm going to go with the Second tiniest. I'll go with doing the dot at a time because I have the fan running. That's probably too big of a dot, but get most use out of it. This one will have to have some kind of edging on it when it's done too, because again, the sides aren't part of the picture. They aren't in. It's going to take forever with this tiny brush, but I won't have to go back in and do the metal when I use this. Unless I sneeze and it just wipes right across it. Let's hope that don't happen. Up close, it's hard to tell the difference between the gray, the metal, and the black. So I have to keep shifting my glasses off to see. Yep, that fixed it. I like that. And this is all the same singer until the females come on. Well, that and there's a reggae song they do. I love that. Somebody besides Jay did, but Jay is the one who does all these songs. It's all the same singer. He is excellent. Just another song I love. Most songs I like have heavy percussion in them. I don't know that this is heavy percussion, that but it does have a heavy beat to it. So I'm going to have to email you, Tara. I have to find out on sizes of what to send. A bunch of other detail things. So I'll email you later when I remember. So I actually need to sort through my belongings in the camper someday this week. And I think I might stream while I'm doing it just for the heck of it. I think we could talk about things that nomads have and do during that. Would be interesting. It's part of the conversation. I'm noticing some of that green got kind of spotty-ish too. I may end up doing maybe a light coat or a dry brush with acrylic over some of these colors. It's going to be a little hard to match some of them spot on. But I think that's going to be my best bet since they were watercolor. Okay. Oh, there it is. Another wall, you could put a rather large piece. I do have I have a, let me see what it says on it. Doesn't have the size on it. I have to measure it. Something like this one. This was one of my third place ones. Let's see what it's got on it. Oh, it's a 36 by 24. This baby. I could do that one. I have larger, but it's not completed. So 24 by 36 would be the largest one that I have on hand completed. And then I have the 11 by 17s and smaller. And if I get this one done, well, I have a lot of these sizes. I think this is my, this is 18 by 24. I have a lot of 16 by 20s. Or we can go with the 11 by 17s. That would fit nice on the one wall. Yeah, I'll have to find a nice flat box. I can use that and then layer the other paintings in there and ship them all in one thing. I'd have to get me a nice flat box that has at least that dimension. This may take a while to get it together, though, because I'm also working on trying to get out of here and get to Quartzsite. Back to Arizona, where I belong. At least this time of year. I'm trying to work on getting a camera so that I can do prints. I think the Mesa Public Library has camera rentals, but I don't know what the resolution is on them. It'd be nice if I can rent a camera for a day, get my pictures taken for rental for prints. Because one of my other ideas is maybe do a limited number of prints on some of these also. So if they see the painting themselves and they're like, well, I don't know if I want to buy the painting because of price. I mean, maybe they might want a print. It would be maybe 5 or 10 prints of each one if I did that. But You need a quality camera to get a quality picture to do prints. I tried to use my phone to do a picture of my little yellow one, and it wouldn't even do a clear picture of that in a smaller size for the print. I'm like, it should at least have the same quality for the same size. 4 11 by 17s or a 1620 would fit together nice on the other thing. Okay. Thank you. I better write that down. Do you even have anything to write with in here? I have chalk to write on the wall. I think I will do that for now. What was that? A 24 by 36? Oh, that don't work well, do it? That's funny. Or a 16 by 20. All right. I will think it over. Let's see what I can find. Maybe if I can get my act together before I take off, I can do that. Yeah. No, my camera is really bad. The resolution, I did take it outside and I got a really good pay. It looks great on the camera, but when I go to a company to see what kind of quality it does when they do a print, it wouldn't even print a smaller version of the same picture. That's how bad my plastic Moto G phone is. They look great on the camera itself and on the phone, but if you go to print it, it looks like crap. So I need to rent a camera for a day. That's drying already. Your vehicle moving around out there again. That might be that red truck leaving. Uh-oh. Tweezers, what the heck? There's like lint on there. Oh, that's such a strange spot right there. Paint almost didn't want to stick there. I got some kind of notification. Do you watercolor, Tara? I've got to do something with these gouache watercolors. I need to give them to somebody who does watercolor. I don't do watercolor. I don't like the lack of control. Although these have control, but they wipe off way too easy. And I'm not used to working with watercolors. If you do watercolors, I'll send them with the paintings and you may have them. I think I'm just going to do the sides in black on this one, since the pattern doesn't go over to the sides like I do on some of my stuff. Originally, this one was spray painted with the various colors because we were running out of spray paint and it wasn't enough to cover anything. Nobody wanted to use the cans, so I just used it up and threw them on here. I think one's a metallic and one was a pink, and maybe a dark pink too. And then I did the ink pouring, dripping the ink down it. It is how it started. Then I just added leaves and some florals and started filling in the ground part as solid. And that's how it began. My mom bought some watercolors, but I don't like watercolor. I like bright violet. Well, the gouache is brilliant, as you can see the colors, but then again it washes off and gets speckled, so yeah. What's funny is you'll see I wear blacks and neutrals all the time, but I paint with vivid colors. I like painting with vivid, bright, cheery colors. But I like to wear the neutrals. When I decorate my home, it's usually in neutrals. I saw these containers I want to get, but they're coming from China. That are really cool. That I might get to replace my stupid storage box. Look. It isn't really expensive. I just don't know how long it would take me to get them. So if I order them when I'm out at Quartzsite, I'll be there a couple months. It should come within a couple months, I hope. Can't do a speed rush on something from China. That would be nice, but sometimes I have to pay for that extra fast delivery in some cases because waiting for it to come doesn't work if I'm getting ready to move on to somewhere. I would save the gouache and use it for painting. Maybe, I don't know, maybe there'll be some adults that I paint with that might like them. I know I'm not going to do it with kids because they are messy. And they just wash it right back off. Maybe an adult painting class, I don't know. It's exciting. It'd be even cooler. I wish I had the money to drive there and personally deliver the pictures. Or at least a bus. It's $250 some dollars one way on a bus. So a whole trip costs like $500. Still cheaper than the fuel it would take to drive there, but more than I've got. There's the red truck. I don't know whose truck that is. It's kind of strange. Just gonna level that out a little. my camera flashing above or something else flashing? I look up and I see something flash. I don't know if that's my eyes or something going on with the cameras. It did it again. Let me know if the picture is flashing for you. It's kind of strange. It could be that camera. It is hanging upside down over top. It's on one of those things somebody puts around their neck and it holds the camera over your face so you don't drop it on your face when you're looking at it. I can't use it for that because I toss and turn all the time. So I decided to try it for this, and it's working out pretty well. It hasn't knocked my tether off once. It is really hard to use a tiny brush and not get brush strokes all through it. Noticeable ones, I should say. A little bit of brush stroke in this is fine. But if it was like really deep and noticeable, I'd really have to focus on the pattern. Although I am taking my brush and aiming at certain directions to get a smoother look, or at least a directional look for it. It's just when I get these large areas that I'm going around the corners and things, you kind of got to watch which direction I'm taking it. Yep, I like that Mars Black way better than I did the Metal Black on that. I think for some of these colors, I'm gonna color match as best I can and then just sort of dry brush over it. It won't be a full look, but then it'll be uniform. So it won't look like parts of it washed out. It'll look part of the design. I did a good choice with the brush, though. Okay, we need just one more tiny dot and get that covered. Camera seems fine. That's kind of strange. I just keep seeing this flash. You see how tiny a dot of paint I pour out at a time? That's the one I just poured right there. You're doing tiny, tiny details. It's better to go with the smaller amount so they don't dry up on you. Some of this still had black paint, but it was flatter than the paint I'm currently using, so I have to go back over some of it. Actually, it wasn't paint. Come to think of it, that's right. It was ink. So it appears flatter, so I've got to cover all the stuff on the bottom. So I don't have spots of shine and spots of flat. It looks like I'm not going to have to go back over the metallic because I used this tiny enough brush to kind of control it. Which is good. I like that. You're gonna have to show me some of your work, Tara. When I send you an email, send me a couple back of your pictures. I'm interested in seeing what your stuff looks like. I don't know. Are you abstract or realism or impressionist? Okay, did it. Nice. Oh, the balance on this picture, I think I might have to make my leaves not yellow in order to get the balance. It just looks far emptier on top than I need it to look. Do I really like my yellow leaves? I don't know. Think about it. You do abstracts also? Oh, cool. You don't have a wrench, do you? Not on Instagram. Let me see if I can give you a wrench. Let's see if it'll let me do that. Oh, I'm in StreamYard. All right, how do I take that back off? That's funny. I don't know how to unshow that, Tara, so I can't see that far. I'm gonna go into YouTube, see if I can give you a wrench. Then you can post your link. All right, here we go. Now you can put your link in. I just noticed on YouTube I can get the chat faster than here. There we go. What's no? You don't want to put your link up there? Is that what you mean? The wrenches are just so people can... Actually, Annie got a wrench because I muted her and I thought it would unmute her so she could talk right away. I didn't want to wait the 5 minutes. Oh, there. We got it down. That was funny. Here, we'll show you laughing. Ha 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 ha. Oh boy. Okay. Yeah, you can have a wrench. It's slow enough I can do my own modding, but it'll help people post links when I ask for one. Is that your first wrench ever? Are you saying Mr. Brett did not give you a wrench? He's given everybody a wrench. Wow. Well, there you go. Eric didn't give you one either? I think he's trying to limit his. Yeah, I don't know. Wrenches mean nothing to me. They give you the ability to post the link. That's about it. But if you're excited to have a wrench, congratulations. You are now a wrench carrier. That means you don't have to fix anything. You just cut and paste it in the chat. It'll show up. Just go to your Instagram and do a share and get the link or link the whole page. I want to test yellow over the top. Tara's got a wrench. Heck, if I'd have known you'd been that excited over a wrench, I'd have given you one long time ago. I really have no reason other than links to put them out anyway. What the heck did I do? I have a big container. Oh, there they are. How close is that to that yellow? Not close at all. It's not open. I need a paler yellow. No, I need the... There we go. Okay, lighter. There we go. I'm going to try this right in this corner here. See how that pans out. Oh, I got to wash my tiny brush. Oh, okay. Well, on the phone, you can copy by holding your finger down on there, and it would highlight what you're trying to copy. Unless it has a share button on your Instagram, that's always a plus also. But you would hold your finger over it till it highlights it, and then you can kind of drag the highlight. There's a bar with a button, and it'll let you select copy. And then you would do the same thing on an empty space in the chat. You would hold your hand over and it will give you the option to paste. And that's how it's done on a phone. It's harder. Doable, but harder. Okay, I'm going to give this a try and see what comes from it. I'm going to use one of these giant long handle brushes. I want to cut it off. Oh, that, yeah, it's kind of translucent. Nope, I need a different brush for that. That's still wet. All that salt. There you go. Now, I have this fan brush. That's wide enough, or oh, there we go. There's a nice wide brush. Let's see how well this works. I love photography also. Oh, there's the link. Yay. Oh, okay. Well, it's just going to put it up there. Let me see. Here. Go to YouTube and click it. Ooh, that's cool. All right. The T. Becca Images. Green Castle. All right. Let me see. How do I get to the images? Or you just got to... Oh, here we go. Ooh. You want me to... Can I show this? Can I share the screen? Let me know. I won't share unless you say I can share it. I'm not going to put your stuff up there if you don't want it up there. I love photography. I just don't have a decent camera. I can't believe when I did that wedding, I am so embarrassed actually, because I've been using my cheap phone outdoors for a while. I haven't had to use flash. I completely forgot flash existed. And so I'm photographing for their wedding pictures and forgot the flash. That was really embarrassing. All right, here we go. Present. Share screen. Chrome tab. There we go. Wow, that's pretty cool. That I like. This one. I don't know if you can see the mouse on it. The top one on the right. Oh, these are so fun. Me and you would have so much fun playing. Oh my gosh, I love it. I like that. Oops. What's it going to do? Make me sign in to enlarge it? I can't do that. I don't have an Instagram. Wow. Love it. Wow, when we were there, you didn't point out that it was your art on the walls, did you? Love it. You've got a nice camera. Oh, why does it keep doing that? It wants me to use an app to continue. Well, I can't show anymore, dang it. All right, well, that's all I can show. That's all it'll let me. Yeah. That's cool. I really love it. Me and you would have so much fun painting together. Looks like we like to do kind of the same kind of stuff, although your quality is probably a little better than mine. I don't pay attention to detail as much. I can't. Yellow is always so hard to work with. It's not as solid as one would hope. I'm going to have to do several coats of yellow to fix that. Try this one in here. That's really cool, Tara. I love it. You're not going to be as impressed with mine in real life as you are with yours. Yours is good. Spray painting on canvas if I make time. Yeah. Yeah. I kind of do the stuff by hand a lot more than I could do a background in spray paint. I haven't done any pictures in spray paint at all. But I'm sure if we played around, I'd learn how. I want to come out there so bad again. I'm kind of stuck not getting to go anywhere. I'll be lucky to make it back to Arizona. Something's up with the power again. Somebody's doing something with power. It's kind of draining it. That fixed the yellow. That one is kind of smooth now. It's that bigger space I got to work with. I'll have to do a second coat later. But it's working, matching the colors and sort of putting the acrylic over it. It's kind of fixing the spots that got pretty bad. I'm going to try this white spot now. Maybe we could do a paint along and we could get Tara to be on the camera when you're not working. That would be really cool. Would you be willing to do it like a paint along? Ooh, now I have to click the other link. Hold on. Let's see if I can make that one pop up. Yeah, Facebook won't make you shut it down. Ooh, that's fun. That kind of. All right, hold on. Present. Share screen. Chrome tab. Becca images. Let me make it big. There we go. Nice. Ooh. Let's just go into the photos. I like that. Is that multimedia or just dots? It looks like they painted the dots on. That's so fun. That'd be something I would do. That's not. Okay, there we go. Oh, there's the info. Love it. Wow. Oh, that one's fun. Oh. God, I used to have a decent camera. Oh, there's multimedia, right? Looks like tile work. Or is it a picture of tile work? I can't see what you're saying. Oh, yeah, then I better not show them all. Yeah. If they're not yours. Here, these I know are yours. That's that one I liked. Oh, now I see what you say by spray painting with it. Cool. Oh, fun, fun. I want to play with you. We need to have a painting play date. Oh, man. Is this one yours? This? I'll take it down real quick in case it's not. Is that one yours? Okay. Wow. So fun. That one. Oh, fun, fun. Oh, so fun. Oh, look at that. Way cool. That's fun. Did you hand paint that? Or is that a pattern that you laid over and sprayed over? Oh, the sunflowers was another artist? Okay. Kind of hard on a delay to figure these out, huh? So are these flowers yours? Oh my God, I love them. These sunflowers, the orange and the blue. 1, 2, 3, 4. That. Oh. Wow. Oh, even the photography. Oh my gosh, we'd have so much fun. I'm in love with those flowers. You do a lot of florals too. I won't wear flowers, but I'll paint flowers. Oh my gosh. So fun. You say you mostly spray paint? And look at the text. Yes, the flowers are yours. I love it. Yes, I have. I regret selling some pieces. Okay. Okay, my stuff won't be as excellent as yours. They might be cool designs and patterns, but man, you got some serious quality work that I can't even begin to match on. Oh, that's a textured paint. That's got to be costly. Oh, is that a floor you did? No, it's a painting. It looked like a floor for a second. Oh, whew. I thought I lost it for a second. Wow. Architecture pictures. Oh, I like that truck one. All right. I could go forever, but those are awesome. Right now I'm just spray painting. Went through paint pouring phase. I haven't done paint pouring. I did ink drips, but I haven't done paint pouring, and it's so costly. Can't talk myself into doing them. You know what? I put out some white paint and forgot to use it. I hope it's not all dry on me. Did you? I have one at the bottom of my shoe. It's called worn because I always wore my shoes out till they got holes in the soles. And I want to frame it in a rusted black metal frame, which I've got to get my friend to make. He has that black metal rusting in his yard. I'm like, oh, that would be perfect for my worn picture. But I haven't done prints mostly because I don't have a decent camera. This white's going to take several coats, it appears. You're welcome. Now I'm scared to send my stuff. It's much lower quality than your stuff. I don't have the ability to make it all nice, neat, and clean. I don't know. I clean them up the best I can. One of my cameras froze. Both my cameras froze. What's going on? Oh, I'm on the wrong page. They're not froze. Okay, now I gotta do that. Nope, that. There we go. Oh, never did. Oh. I need more coffee. Make some coffee. I don't know. You can see my stuff. It's really, I mean, there's neat ideas and things, but my lines and stuff aren't as clean as most artists get. So I don't know. That painting, a TP for Freedom said she loved it. Something wrong with my brain, maybe. Maybe it is when I see somebody's work, I just cut mine down. I don't know. I'm not fishing for anything. I just lost my confidence for a second.
I wonder if that's dry enough. Find out. Find out by taking a chunk or two off, and if it's still wet underneath. That came off, and it's dry. I'm going to try another spot. It may be dry enough to take it off. I'll go in the middle where it's puddled. Nope, it's dry enough to flake it off, but not sand yet. Let's see what we can do. But I think we would have a lot of fun playing with paint. A painting day. I wish you were closer. AJ Paul, I can't see what you typed yet, but I can see your name from here. Let me see. Hi. Welcome back. I use masking tape. Yeah, I do when I need a straight line because I am so not into straight lines. Now I'm just flaking off my large salt off of this background I did. You won't be able to see the texture thing until I get into sanding it. I need to get the big chunks off. Well, you'll be able to see some of the red after I do this. I just showed Tara stuff is awesome. If artists got paid their fair money, we wouldn't need second job. Tara would be rich. Okay, all right, so there's a red underneath. And you can see some of the spots of red showing through. But until I get the smaller salt off, you won't see the full pattern. She does. She has her links in the chat. Let me put one up at a time. And I don't know if you can... Let me see if I can pin them. It'll show, but it won't. There's one of them. You might have to type it in. I don't think you can cut and paste from there unless you could scroll up in the chat. I'll give you time to write it down or something, and then I'll do the Facebook one in a minute. Scrape some more of the salt off. Actually, no, I need the back of the large salt before I continue with the smaller salt. Her stuff is really awesome. And it's a lot of stuff I would have fun with too. Me and her would have a paint party. Yeah, I got the big rock salt bagged up to use for another one. Okay. I'll let me get the Facebook one up. I can't see the chat right now. If we need to put it back up, I can, but I'm going to look for the Facebook one. Here we go. There it is. Okay, that's the Facebook one. Scrape some more of that paint off. And then I'll be able to check the chat, see if you got it.
Most of it scraped off. So I'll do a close-up. It was solid red before I started. You can kind of see the texture now. I'm going to wash it off. Let me check the chat now. Instagram, Facebook, and click. Okay. All right. I'm going to wash the rest of the salt off. Okay. Got all of it off. Oh yeah, I like the background on it now. Except I'm getting paint on my wash rag. Good thing I don't care if they're colored or not. Okay, so there we go. Had a solid red background, and now we've got texture with the dots that pulled the orange in. It was a red background. And I'm just going to do my typical mountain scene over that. Play with the chalk after it finished drying. I'll play with that other picture next time I paint, I guess. Okay, I need to make coffee. Did I bring in the... Yep, I did. Oh, there's salt everywhere. Oh my goodness. Oh, I'm going to have to clean today. I hate cleaning. I put it off, except salt gathers water, so it's cleaning up after a salt thing doesn't work very well. Take this outside. Guess I don't need that. I don't need that fan tilted anymore. Whew. Let's see, how many total did I work on today? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 paintings I worked on today. None of them are finished, but... And where did I put my chalk? Probably should wait for that to paint a lot better before I start messing with chalk, because the chalk will get embedded. That's right, I was making coffee. So make sure I got enough soap in my brushing roller sitting here. Oh my gosh. I left that tip brush sitting in there. Oh. Look, I hope I didn't bend the tip on it. Oh, nope, it held out. Just leave the soap on it. Coffee. I just do pour over coffee. It's almost as good as doing an instant. Put the grinds in the little pour over. Just pour the hot water right over it, and I have hot water sitting around in a thermos. We're ready to go.
Use a little extra because it'll be kind of watery, but this is how a nomad makes coffee most of the time. Since we don't have percolators running on electricity, I have just been assaulted. Yeah, like I assaulted that yard. I assaulted the canvas. You can see how fast that made up. Made the coffee already. Do a little more. The water will start cooling off soon. Had it all tucked into I put it in alternative down or fleece, which actually produces a little bit of heat. So it keeps it hot for 12 hours in this thermos. So when I boiled my water this morning, I just threw extra in there. That one's rather thin, but yeah. And then I'll just add my honey and my cream. I haven't gotten the courage to try butter coffee yet. Holy cow, Tara, it looks like you do photography. Yep, she does. She'd be rich if artists got paid what they deserved. Sadly, a lot of artists don't get rich till after they're dead, and that doesn't help them. But she's really good. She wouldn't have to be serving up meals. Although she's pretty darn good at the food. I still remember that sandwich. That hamburger. Oh, yummy. I'd like to put more creamer in it, but cost was ridiculous, so I'm doing half cream that I normally do. Couldn't afford the milk. I was going to get all powdered creamer, but I couldn't afford milk, so I'm like, I'll get a little bit of half and half, and I'll have a little bit of milk every day. I can't stand it. I'm walking all over the salt. I gotta sweep it up. I can't take it. Yeah, I use a paintbrush for a broom. Takes less movement and it picks up more fine materials. So I use a paintbrush. And I'm seeing when I did that orange watery, I got it on the floor. Gonna have to paint the floor. Wash the floor again sometime before I leave. I don't think it's going to be on the 1st of November because I still have to get the waterproofing done on my camper before I go because I started sanding it and there's nothing protecting it right now. Would not be smart to pull out and not have the ability to coat what I sanded down. So I have to wait till they return because there's a guy here who has leftover primer paint. If I at least get the primer paint on it, it'll protect it. So I want to get a coat or two of that on the wood, but I've got to seal it before I do that. originally I was just going to use this mixture to seal the wood, but the caulking I have between the wood planks is all bad after less than a year. Well, no, a year. And I have to redo it. And I figured if I went with paint instead of just treating the wood, that it would cover the sealant and I won't have to redo this every year. If I were just to seal and protect the wood, I would have to reseal between the planks every year, which I'm not something I want to do. There, now I can walk around. Yeah, it's amazing. Wait a second. I missed a lot of chat. All right, here we go. Both would be on Easy Street. They would call it the starting artist groups. That was Eric's special request. I don't remember him doing a special request. I must not have been there that day. Starting artist groups. Yeah, she has a lot of art. I had a lot of photography. A lot. But I had them all on this backup hard drive. And I haven't plugged it in, but I wasn't able to get it to work last time I tried. And I wonder. Let me see. But I don't even have the cord to get into this anymore. So I'd have to take it to professional and see if anything's in it. But I highly doubt it because it was sitting in a bucket of water. All my stuff in my truck bed got loaded with water and destroyed so much stuff. And that's where all my photography was. I had thousands and thousands of images when I had a decent camera. But they're gone forever. Alright. Still haven't figured out what I did with the chalk. Wow. I put my chalk somewhere. I can't see it. Let's see if it slipped under something. No. Huh. So nobody sees my photography anymore because I just don't have it. I have some images off my phone, but they're nothing. Because you can't even print them and get a decent print. I lost my chalk. Probably here. No, it's not. Okay, I gotta dig in my other box. Oh, this place is a mess. This probably isn't even the box that has chalk, is it? Oh, another brush. Yep, here's some chalk. Yay. I just bumped the tether cord. I hope it didn't do anything. Nope, I'm still here. All right. Read your last comment. No, when primer is not weather protected, you must seal paint right. Yeah, I'm using all I have. It will do. It's not going to seal long term. I plan on painting over it, but as an emergency measure, I'm putting the primer over it until I can get out there. It's an emergency measure. I already sanded it. There's no protectant at all on it. It's not really good protected right now.
but it should protect for a week or so. As long as, because out in quartzite, we're not really getting lots of strong winds. No, I know it's not going to protect long term, and it's not a long term solution. Thank you. Yeah, now I want to go play with Tara. I want a play date where we can do our painting together, because it sounds like we both have all kinds of fun with this stuff. So I want a play date with Tara. Going driving, so I won't be able to comment for the next half hour. Okay. So I'm just doing my basic mountains on this one. I just got to get my mountains to look where I'm happy. I have a tendency to make them all look the same. As you can see, I did the same stepping thing on both sides again. And this rag I don't want to be using for that. Here we go. I can use this. Maybe I just need to start a plain one coming down that way. That's backwards. I like my big mountain to be on the left. I don't know why. We all have our tendencies we like to keep to. As you can see, salt weakens paint, and it was a very watery paint. So every time I rub it, I'm going to get a hint of color coming off. But that's the mountain that I usually start with on the left. Then it's a matter of getting one to come in on the right that's not totally uniform. There we go. So what I usually do, I know you've seen the yellow one. Don't know if you've seen the green one, but I usually do some kind of mountain scenes, which are different. I fill them with patterns. I don't know if I could ever duplicate this yellow one. I really loved it. But I'm seeing what I could do on this one. I might just not go with the 3 mountains. I might just do a 2 mountain deal on this one. But I've already determined I'm putting the sun in there. Let's see if we can get little birdies in. Hint of birds. That should work. And I usually do one with full of my, I call it the animal print background. I usually do one of that and then something else. So I'll probably do the animal print one on the left here. I'm going to work on Sunday night. Wait, primer is like plastic baggie with microscopic holes. Yep. I will, but it'll protect it more than nothing at all on something I just sanded. There's absolutely no oil, no nothing to protect it. And I think the primer will do a little bit job and give me a couple weeks. I'm thinking I'm almost thinking 2 coats as a primer just because I have to do it that way. The buying paint out here is twice as much as buying it in, let's say, El Paso. It's like $50 a gallon at the nearest hardware store, and maybe 40 over in Alpine. So if I can get out to El Paso on my way back, I could pick up something for 20 to 30. That's why I have to make do with what I got out here. Now he gave me this good mixture to waterproof wood, which has linseed oil. It's a mixture of linseed oil, the weatherproofing sealant, I forget what that's called, mixed with a touch of paint thinner so it'll emulsify together, and that's good for protecting the wood if I was only worried about protecting the wood, but I got to reseal in between all my planks, which I discovered when I started sanding. So yeah, I'm just going to do the back in the, yeah, I'll have to prime them both just because it's here and I don't want to take it all with me. He's got a 5-gallon tub and I'm just paying to use about a gallon of it. Who going to work on Sunday night? Isn't today Sunday? Yeah, today's Sunday. My day of rest is on a Saturday. Unless you're talking to Tara. Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh, because she said she was driving. Okay. Yeah. Well, my brain isn't connecting things well today, is it? I did read that. I read it out loud even. So the birds, I don't need to chalk in the birds right now. It's just showing what I'm heading for. I really want this to dry more before I go into it. I need a good 24 hours because it's kind of a weak paint. And I'm probably going to spray a sealant over it before I continue. Well, not over my chalk, but I'll just show you what all I worked on today. I did the black frame around this picture. And the paint kind of took things up. Can't fully redo the painting, but I am thinking of tying in that with a thin white line painted around the edge. But again, I need 24 hours before I start sticking some tape down on the black I painted. So I did that. I'm going to do a touch of white on that, possibly tomorrow when I paint. Then I worked on this one more. I'm going to darken the red, but I wanted to redo the edges. And I'm going to do that white and redo the red background. But I'm noticing my copper is something's up with it. I have to redo all the copper. So one of the ideas was to just sponge more copper over it. And that way I wouldn't have to do a solid, but whatever I'm going to do, I've got to do that before I continue working on the flower. And my stem and leaf, I'll just refix the shapes, get a more solid coating on it, and then do a white outline again like I did with the flower part. So we did that one today too. Then I took the brush metal black out and put in solid black. And so on my edge, I want to take and put a real thin black line to transition or cut off the front from the side detail, but I want to keep the detail on the side. So again, I need 24 hours for the front part to dry before I stick tape to it. I sealed this one before I started painting today, and then I took again where it had the gunmetal or the black brush metal and just put in Mars Black. It made it all solid. So this one I'm not really sure where I'm going next with, but I've gotten that done. I had to seal the gouache paint because it was watercolor, and I had to seal it before I went on. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, and then this one, 5 paintings I worked on today. And I'm to the point where everything's got to dry for 24 hours before I continue on those. I also have another background prepared on canvas board. that I was experimenting for that big piece that I started, that I need to put something on. Not really sure where I'm going with that one. I don't think I want to draw something on. I think I want to keep it shapes and geometrics. Oh, you like to go for a drive after? I have a hard time reading all caps, but many big stores like Home Depot take paint back that people don't. Yep, exactly. That's why I said I can get a gallon for about 20 something if I go there. But we don't have a big store out here. And I looked at Higginbotham Brothers we have out here, and their paint was like $50 a gallon. So that's why I want to wait till I drive through El Paso and pick up my paint that way. Yeah, I like this too. I just don't know what else I'm going to do with it. I mean, it's not a complete picture unless somebody liked it that way, but to me it doesn't feel complete at all. And what else is even ready to work on? I have a bunch I need to paint over. Wow. Yeah, I don't think I have anything else to work on. I think 5 pictures in progress is a pretty good deal. Yeah, I have a whole bunch. In fact, I still have a blank canvas to start from scratch, but I don't want to really start anything. Where'd that really big one go? Did I practice those lines on? Oh, here it is. I still have this one, which is why there was practice on the other one, but the lines are not as wide as I had originally anticipated. Otherwise, it would have been done like that. They probably should have been at least twice as wide, maybe even 3 times as wide to get the effect I wanted. I didn't get the effect I want, so. And something, oh my gosh, it got rubbed. The roof was leaking, and so I had to pack these into a smaller area. And now I see I'm not happy camper right now. That one's definitely going to have to do something else because the original idea is not going to work now unless if I try to go back over and do the blending all over, it's going to change the whole picture and take several coats to do it. You work with what you got, I guess. When do you take time? I don't have a decent enough camera. I usually photograph them when they're done, and I have to list them. So I'll take pictures of them when they're done. But right now, it looks like I'm going to need to figure out the storage because when I crammed them all into that space, I thought I packed them into where they wouldn't rub, but they did. And I don't know if it's just because the paint got wet or what. I'm so not happy. I mean, I'll make it work for me. I might go in and sand it and put another design over it, but not happy. If I could afford spray sealer, this stuff was expensive. If I could afford it, I could coat them each time I work on it. And that would protect it, but I can't afford to coat them while they're in progress. I can only afford to coat them when they're done. So yeah, I'm thinking I'm about done for today, especially since I just got distracted and it shut my brain down. Yeah, it'll be a nice background for something. But thank you guys for joining me. I think I'm going to go and start the cleanup process here because I found my other talk. I got a lot of cleanup to do today. It's going to take me at least an hour to do that. And then I'm hungry for dinner too. So thank you guys for joining me today. So if I'm going to stream tomorrow, I'll post tonight. I really got to think about what I'm going to do here. I'm not going to have access to any paint or anything for another 2 days, so it won't be any work on the camper. Other than I need to sort everything in there and go through that. So I figured I'd stream while I'm doing that just for visiting's sake. Talk about being a nomad and what kind of things I do for that. That ought to be a little bit interesting, I think, maybe. So thank you. Bye.